Okay, yes, and let the record show all council members are present.
Doesn't work, so we'll do without it. Hi.
Are we ready to go?
I'm not going to be 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Guys, they're in session. Sorry. Hi, council. I'm going to be very short. I know you have a lot to do. Items A and D, I have been going back and forth with Scott Smith about this for years now. We still have not gotten a single piece of potential litigation. We haven't gotten a single document or the name. I'm going to ask Dan and Laura, who are attorney and other person who's city government, to come out and tell us who the person is for these two items, or don't discuss them, because as you know, by law, we have to know who the person is unless it's a personnel matter, or the person doesn't know they have a lawsuit against the city. They're unaware of it. I doubt both those items are, and so far in my history in San Clemente, not one disclosure has ever been made, name of the person is required by law under the Brown Act, and I'd like to see the documents that gave rise to the city knowing there's two pieces of potential litigation. Finally, on item B, I don't have a problem. In fact, I think it's good, encouraging that we will be negotiating with Memorial Care, but there's no way we should be paying the city attorney to be there. He's not a negotiator, and so I suggest, and there's no reason to have a city manager and an assistant city manager there. So I suggest either James or Eric, whoever they think is best, as one person. I think the one of Dan or Laura, one of the two of you should be there, and I think that Kathy and Chris, one of the two of them should be there, because that's how our council's divided. So we have the staff and the two positions on the council, so that when we do negotiate something with Memorial Care, it'll get passed by this council. Sending staff alone and paying for somebody to appear is just plain wrong. I mean, it's beyond belief that this would even be suggested, let alone implemented. So I hope that you guys, the four of you, can, bring your own, all these years of experience of Memorial Care to the table to negotiate a resolution and not rely on staff, because then it has to go to the council. Then if council turns it down, we start all over. Let's get this thing done. Thank you.
No.
All in favor? Aye.
If I may, before we adjourn to closed session.
Oh, sorry, I have one announcement I have to make as well. Thank you. So one of the items that we're going to be discussing in closed session is the City of San Clemente versus Foothill Eastern Transportation Corridor matter. I'm going to be recusing myself from that matter.
Thank you. And then also on item D, it is one potential case, and it is also related to TCA and some fiscal impropriety.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you for that disclosure. It needs to be on paper.
Okay, come on.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, so make sure.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, everybody. Before the council meeting will begin, we need to do a little bit of housekeeping. This room has a maximum occupancy, and we're over that. We can live with the people that are lining the walls, but those that are in the very back, I could get some volunteers to go outside. We can get started. If you have an extra seat and it's not reserved, put your hand up so we can fill in for those that would like to be seated. I will need a few more people in the back of the room to go outside so we can get it down to a reasonable number. So. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for your cooperation.
What is the Wi-Fi code?
Thank you. This is a prayer from the writings of the Baha'i Faith. O divine providence, this assemblage is composed of thy friends who are attracted to thy beauty and are set ablaze by the fire of thy love. Turn these souls into heavenly angels, resuscitate them through the breath of thy Holy Spirit. Grant them eloquent tongues and resolute hearts. Bestow upon them heavenly power and merciful susceptibilities. Cause them to become the promulgators of the oneness of mankind and the cause of love and concord in the world of humanity, so that the peerless darkness of ignorance and prejudice may vanish through the light of the Sun of Truth. This world may become illumined, this material realm may absorb the rays of the world of the Spirit. These different colors may merge into one color, and the melody of praise may rise to the kingdom of thy sanctity. Verily, thou art the omnipotent, thou art the almighty.
Please put your right hand over your heart and join me in saying the pledge to our great flag of our amazing country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Ferguson. Here. Councilmember Ham. Here. Councilmember Ward. Here. And Mayor Pro Tem Bain.
Here.
First item on the agenda is presentation of a commendation to the family of Mayor Steve Swartz posthumously honoring Mayor Swartz for a lifetime of philanthropic generosity and distinguished public leadership. See here?
Is Nikki Swartz here, a member of the Swartz family?
Nikki wasn't going to come, but the brother and the son were supposed to be here.
Set this aside for now if they show
Sure,
up. Well.
okay. Okay, next item is a toll road update.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Dan Bain and I attended the Toll Road TCA Board meeting this month, and we're very pleased that Councilmember Joe Mueller of Dana Point City Council advocated for Alternative 22, which is a Los Patronos Parkway extension, and he opened that it's the least amount of impact to Rancho, Mission Viejo, San Clemente, San Juan Capistrano as well, and stressed that it provides relief to the other cities with traffic, very significantly, in fact, and that this alternative also provides access to the new planning areas in Rancho, Mission Viejo, planning areas 2, 3, and 5. He indicated, too, that it will, of course, impact the landfill, but it would return a lot more cars to the 41, which helps with the occupancy of the toll road lanes. And lastly, he stressed that this route, if 22 is studied and accepted by the TCA, it could be done at far less cost and alleviate traffic and be the least amount of impact to our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, and then just to kind of bootstrap on that, Mr. Mueller also indicated that he thought the route should be moved up outside of the San Clemente city limits and also not be a toll road, but be a county arterial road. So I think that's critically important as well. So the litigation with the toll road continues on. Last week, on Thursday, we had a hearing regarding a motion for summary judgment that was filed by the city and the reserve. After discussions and deliberation with the judge, he decided that he would make his final decision on that motion concurrently with a motion for judgment that was filed by the reserve and the city on October 18th. So basically, those two motions are now going to be combined, and hopefully we'll have a court ruling in October.
On the homeless issues, did you want to do one at a time or combine or?
I have slides for the toll road update.
So it's,
Did I
we have
give
a
you
card for the toll road update?
Yes. And also, Laura, is this hooked up? It's wireless? Okay.
Can we just find your card real quick and then can recognize you and get going?
Bonnie Barnes.
Okay, great. Bonnie?
Yeah. Is this hooked up? How do you advance the slides with this? Click what?
Or I can do it for you. I'll do it for you.
No, that's okay. All right, I haven't used this one before. I'm Bonnie Barnes, RSCCA Master Board President of 14 HOAs representing 5,000 residents. This is the TCA's current map of Route 14 running northeast from Pico at the I-5 through the Desheka landfill to Toll Road 241. I have some updates on that. On November 8, 2018, TCA's Chief Engineer and Publicity Officer gave us this map and verified that Route 14 goes right through an active landslide, which I'm going to update for you today. Environmental impact reports conclude that landslides can occur if slopes along Route 14 are graded for construction of a toll road. This geological map by Irvine Soils Engineering, done for San Clemente in 1982, shows landslide areas along Route 14. In addition to the existing landslide at the church, construction of Route 14 along many bluff-top homes shown there as icons could trigger more landslides. The landslide on Pico, along Pico below the church, occurred in October of 2017 when the slope was graded to widen Pico and construct a massive retaining wall. This aerial photo shows the slide area. If the church building had been on the bluff, it could have been lost. In October of 2017, the SC Times showed the initial collapse of the parking lot above the landslide. By January of 2018, most of the parking lot on the last slide is gone. And by April of 2019, most of the area on the last slide is also gone. If homes were along this bluff, they could have been lost too. We have a 10-foot setback minimum. By July of 2019, the ground where I stood to take photos before was gone. This aerial photo shows new fissures developing along the length of the landslide as the weight of the landmass continues to pull down and away from the bluff. Some of the parking spaces that fell down are shown below. Besides running through the landslide, Route 14 also runs by many bluff-top homes again, where grading into the slopes could trigger more landslides. This aerial photo shows Route 14 running through the landslide as it crosses over Frontera along bluff-top homes. Moving northeast along Pico to the 241 are more bluff-top homes that could be threatened by grading into the slope to construct Route 14. And here are more bluff-top homes along Pico and more as it proceeds to the Desheka landfill. Toll Road 14 requires extensive grading along the Monterey Land Formation, the most unstable land configuration of all 9 options. Please protect our community and from further damage and eliminate Route 14 now.
Thank you,
Thank
Bonnie.
you.
And Bonnie, can I ask, you've submitted those to the TCA, correct, the slides?
I did, and I went when you were all getting your photograph taken the last time. And only 5 of my slides went.
Appreciate it.
So we went back home,
be
and
great.
so I'll show it at the next,
Perfect.
But
Thank you.
I'll have some new ones.
Thank
as
you very
it-
much. Appreciate it.
The next item is lease for property located at 950 Negocio for use as a temporary homeless shelter and authorization for the release of a request for proposal for a shelter operator.
Great, Michael, before you get started, I just want to note, speaking from experience now, having many of these issues heard, got a big crowd tonight. If you could keep the applause, the jeers, please don't jeer, but just keep the noise down so we can have everybody hear. There's a lot of people outside that'd like to hear as well. So please be respectful of everyone in the room and the speakers if you could. Thank you. Michael.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Mike Johnston, Management Analyst with the City Manager's Office. On May 21st, 2019, staff provided an update on the evaluation and feasibility of creating a temporary emergency shelter for the homeless. Since that time, staff has identified an available property within the city's SB2 zone. The item before you this evening is twofold. One, the approval of a lease for a property to be used as an emergency shelter, and 2, the RFP for a shelter operator. So with that, I wanted to jump into a review of the city's SB2 zone, share more information about the property we are recommending to lease, and finally discuss various aspects of the operator RFP. So first up, the SB2 zone. I wanted to give a brief overview of the history of the SB2 zone so everyone can have a better understanding of how we got to where we are today. In 2007, the state of California passed Senate Bill 2, or SB2, which is also known as the Emergency Shelter Act. This act was meant to clarify and strengthen housing element law to ensure zoning encourages and facilitates emergency shelters and limits the denial of shelters, transitional, and supportive housing. When that law went into effect, it required all cities and counties to address their community's homeless needs by designating a zone where emergency shelters are allowed by right. In 2014 and 15, the City of San Clemente passed ordinances amending the municipal code to address the new requirements of SB2. In 2016, the city's SB2 ordinance was challenged by the Emergency Shelter Coalition, and since that time, the city has repealed the old ordinance and enacted a new SB2 ordinance. Under the ordinance, emergency shelters may be established within the designated SB2 zone without use permits or any other discretionary review. The City of San Clemente's designated SB2 zone, as you can see on the slide before you, is the Rancho San Clemente Business Park sub-area. And also included on the slide is a few highlights of different information that's included or different provisions that are included in that ordinance. So first one of importance is separation. Within the city's SB2 zone, an emergency shelter shall not be established or operated at any location less than 300 feet from another emergency shelter. There's also a maximum number of bed requirement, and that ensures that no more than 35 beds would be operated in any shelter within the SB2 zone. And finally, there is a parking requirement where on-site parking shall be supplied at a ratio not less than 1 vehicle space per 5 beds, 1 additional space for the resident manager, and an additional space for any staff. So the property before you this evening is 950 Calle Negocio, and over the past several months, city staff reached out to 4 property owners within the SB2 zone and inquired about the possibility of purchasing or leasing property with the intent of operating an emergency shelter. Only 1 property owner was interested in leasing their building for the city's intended use, and that was the property owner of 950 Calle Negocio, which just so happens to be a few buildings over from City Hall. So I'm just going to cover a few highlights of the property. 950 Calle Negocio is roughly 6,800 square feet, and of that 6,800 square feet, 1,700 square feet is office space. There are 24 parking spaces that are allocated to this property, and the property has the ability to fence. So that was a very important aspect of this property that the city was looking to incorporate in its ability to operate a shelter. And the lease terms, so the lease terms included on the slide, city staff attempted to negotiate alternative lease terms, but the property owner was only interested in a 10-year lease. So staff was able to negotiate the 10-year total of $1,140,000, which works out to be $1.22 a square foot, and then it also includes a 3% annual escalator. And this number of $1.22 a square foot is actually well below the market rate of $1.30 to $1.40 for similar properties within the San Clemente Business Park. And staff analyzed capital investment costs and what it would take to renovate the facility so it could be operated as a shelter, and we estimate that cost for capital improvements would run roughly $500,000, and that includes design and construction. And then we are projecting to operate the facility as 35 beds, which is the maximum allowed within the SB2 zone. Now, in addition to the lease before the council this evening, staff is also recommending the approval of an RFP to be issued for a shelter operator. It's important to note that the operator model utilized in the RFP mimics the newer models run by the county and other cities within the county. So if you pay attention to the slide, I have a few highlights of the RFP, one of which is the city is requesting price proposals for both a 24/7 operation and an ASL operation, or an alternative sleeping location. And the alternative sleeping location would operate 14 hours a day in the evenings and serve the purpose of providing shelter to folks who are looking to sleep indoors. Now, this facility would be operated as a reservation only. There would be no walk-ins. Again, there would be fencing that would be implemented, and we would be relying on the operator to implement a security plan and also operate transportation to and from the facility. Also, other aspects of the RFP include on-site programs and services, various support services, health services, housing services. And then the terms that we're looking for from an operator are a 5-year agreement with the ability to exercise an option for an additional 5 years. And also a requirement of the RFP, we're looking for potential operators to submit a site management plan. And that site management plan would cover staffing. It would highlight any volunteers or nonprofits that the operator looks to partner with. It would include meal plans, a security plan. It would outline their janitorial services and any other additional support services as it relates to housing, job placement, and other services. And finally, the cost for the shelter operations, staff has estimated that the ongoing operation costs for a 24/7 shelter would run anywhere from $1.5 million to $2 million. And we've done a rough back-of-the-hand calculation for what an ASL might cost for 14 hours a day, and we think that might cost anywhere from $800K to $1 million. And so that concludes my presentation, and at this time I would like to hand it off to City Manager James Makshinoff to discuss the enforcement of city's ordinances.
So one of the reasons why we've brought a shelter option to the council is the idea that if we had beds available, then the city could go ahead and have Orange County Sheriff's Department enforce its camping ordinance. As you see with this shelter presentation that we've done, we can provide 35 beds on this site. Our point-in-time count that came out this past January that the county did had our point-in-time count of about 96 homeless people in San Clemente. So obviously with 35 beds, we wouldn't have enough for the whole 96 that are located in town. In our conversations with the Sheriff's Department in the past, when we've talked about enforcement of the camping ordinance, they've said that we will enforce the camping ordinance until all 35 beds are full. And once the 35 beds are full, then camping would be allowed in San Clemente in public spaces.
Folks, please.
None of this was set on the agenda.
Please. Mr. Mallon, please be quiet.
So recently, the Mayor Pro Tem and I were at a meeting where the Sheriff's Department, Sheriff Don Barnes, spoke, and one of the attendees, another mayor from another town, asked, if I have a homeless person, how many beds do I need to have the Sheriff's Department enforce our camping ordinance? And he threw out a hypothetical one. I have one homeless person, how many beds do I need to enforce? And the sheriff said, you need 1 bed plus 1 bed. So in other words, you need your point-in-time count plus a bed in order for the Sheriff's Department to enforce your camping ordinance. So right now, I've had ongoing conversations with the Sheriff's Department, even into the end of last week, and their feeling is that if we want enforcement of our camping ordinance, then we need to be Martin v. Boise compliant. That's how they phrase it to me. I think Martin v. Boise is vague on this issue, and it's open to interpretation. I think the city feels that if we had beds available, that we should be able to enforce our camping ordinance. But the Sheriff's Department at this point can't give me guarantees that they would enforce the camping ordinance. And this has to do because of their lawsuit with the homeless advocates in the North and Central and their settlement issues. And they're trying to be consistent with the application of enforcement throughout the county and not just in one city here and there. So in some of those cities, through Judge Carter, they've had settlement offers or settlement ideas of if you have beds for 60% of your homeless population, then you can enforce. But we don't have a settlement with the homeless advocates. In fact, as we know, Judge Anderson dismissed the majority of the lawsuit by the homeless advocates against the city, and so we're not in a position really to have a settlement with the homeless advocates to come up with what would be an acceptable amount of beds in San Clemente before we could have enforcement. So I think that right now the whole idea of enforcement of the camping ordinance, which is something that we were striving for with the shelter proposed here, is up in the air, and it doesn't leave the city in a good place. And so it's difficult on my side of the dais here to recommend approval of the lease for 10 years. But it's something that I was directed to do and to bring this back to the City Council for consideration. But this is an ever-changing landscape that we have with the homeless issue here in San Clemente, throughout Orange County, throughout the state and the nation. And as you can see on the agenda, we have a number of items related to this, including an amicus brief in support of Boise challenging the Martin v. Boise ruling, going all the way to the Supreme Court. So, if you have any questions?
I have a quick question. So earlier you said there were 96 homeless. That's actually not correct. There was 145 homeless. Let me finish, please. 145 homeless in our PIT, but we've sheltered 49 of those folks already, because those were families, kids that were included in the count.
Correct. I think we have 52 sheltered and 96 unsheltered.
Correct. So 60%, which is what the northern county cities have utilized as their number, of that number is like 87. And we're already sheltering 48, 49, 50 of those people, which would mean our bed count that we would have to comply with that is 37, 38. Is that the way we understand it, or are we hearing differently?
I think that's the way we understand it. But nothing's guaranteed.
Correct. The number's changing,
yes,
I think is the point. So I just want to make that number known, because I've seen a lot of things thrown out on social media or otherwise that we have to provide X amount of beds, whatever. We don't know what the number is. We keep getting told different things, but North County is doing 60%, and theoretically, if the law is the law would be 60%, or they couldn't enforce those settlement agreements. Is that
correct?
Understanding? Okay.
James, since, of course, we've started down this path a couple months ago, and we've been dark from council meetings for 2 months, we've learned a lot, reconciled a lot what the various agencies were saying, and now we've come to know that there's no law that states that we can turn people away if they're not local San Clemente. So that has been something that we have found out as the months have passed. What prevents us, now that we have 96 unsheltered, knowing that now, what prevents that number from, going up to 150 unsheltered now that we, have our campsite?
If homeless people come to San Clemente on their own, the city can't stop them from coming to San Clemente. We can't stop them from accessing the campsite till it's full. We don't think it's quite full yet. It's getting there. And then once it is full and we can't provide space for them, then they would theoretically be allowed to camp outside of the campground. The Sheriff's Department has told us that they will not transfer homeless people across jurisdictional lines. But as I understand it, they're not, when it comes to county properties, they're, through their settlement, if homeless people are in the county properties, then they're forcing those homeless people outside of the county properties, which means that then they can be transferred to other jurisdictions, so to speak. But the Sheriff's Department is not bringing people across jurisdictional lines, and it would be egregious on the part of other cities to do the same thing. And I know that the Sheriff's Department has conversations with the various police chiefs throughout the county on that idea.
Okay, thank you.
James, I just have one question on the point-in-time count. Do we still have an opportunity to look into the validity of that 96?
I've been discussing that with other city managers here in South County about doing our own point-in-time count. There's nothing concrete to report other that we're interested in doing our own. There is a professor at Vanguard University that the city actually that does point-in-time counts, and about 2 years ago we asked him to do a point-in-time count for San Clemente to verify our numbers, but he wasn't responsive. to San Clemente at that time, so maybe if we worked with other cities, he might be. But yes, we're investigating that along with other ideas.
Thank you.
Any other questions before I go to the public? All right. Thank you, Michael and James. So I'm gonna read 3 names at a time. So if you hear your name, if you could please come up to the podium. Jackson, were you first? Did we get a card from you?
Am I good, Brad? Yeah, go. All right.
All right. So Jackson Hinkle, followed by Mike Ray, and then Mike Robbins.
Guaranteed.
He was first, and he let me go ahead.
It's the order of cards that I have, but is that the case?
Yeah. He did, but a lot of people were throwing cards too, so it could have gotten somewhat out of order.
This is what happens when you
All
try
right.
to be a nice person.
Please, folks.
Okay.
Mr. Hinkle, followed by Brad Malamud, then Mike Ray.
All right. Thank you guys for being here tonight and the work that you've been leading on this issue. I know some of you, Mayor Pro Tem Dan, you mentioned at the last Rotary meeting that you're spending like 90 to 95% of your time on this issue, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you for the work you're doing. But I'm deeply concerned that we're considering putting a shelter in San Clemente, and I'm even more deeply concerned that, you know, the burden of this issue is going to be falling potentially on the backs of San Clemente taxpayers, especially when the County of Orange, who, if I'm correct, still has yet to identify an SB2 zone, which they are also required to identify, has hid and squandered roughly $254 million in funding that could have been used to address this problem years ago, before it spiraled out of control, before we had the encampment at North Beach, before we had the temporary shelter also surrounding North Beach. So it is deeply concerning that now, in the face of all of this, we're waving the white flag and saying that, you know, we're going to give in and allow this issue to fall on the backs of San Clemente taxpayers. So I would strongly encourage you all to think again and think throughout tonight, and you know, encourage the idea of working with the county and demanding that they fund a South County regional solution to the crisis that we're facing. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to leave right after this. I'm going to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission meeting in San Juan Capistrano regarding the nuclear waste issue at San Onofre, but I hope that you take my words and the words of everyone here tonight and consider what we're saying and make the right decision. So thank you.
Great. Thanks, Jackson. Next is Brad Malamud, followed by Mike Ray, and then Mike Robbins.
So I encourage you to vote no tonight for all kinds of reasons, but I want to point out a theme that I'm going to tell you tonight over and over again. Item A doesn't say anything about what James addressed tonight, so we should have 6 minutes to talk. James is flat out right about what he said, though. This needs to be turned down, needs to be turned down for all kinds of reasons. Number one, it doesn't solve our problem. Number two, it says it's $78,000 a year. No, it's $114,000 a year on a 10-year lease of $1,140,000 divided by 10. Number three, $500,000 of improvements was not mentioned anywhere in this report. Number four, a 10-year, a 5-year contract at $2 million a year was not mentioned anywhere. Number five, the lease that we're going to sign for this building is not included in the packet. So we don't even know what the terms are. There could be CPIs, it could be a gross rent, a net rent. No, there's not enough information for you, even if this were the only issue of the lease, to pass this tonight. And if you do, you guys are being you're squandering our money, and you're doing it without information. You need to turn this down, even if you put it off for 2 weeks to find the details. The sheriffs aren't going to enforce because we don't have enough beds. Number three, 6 or 7, we were supposed to have private operators come in. Now we're going to pay $2 million to have those operators. We don't have the money. So if you're going to pass this tonight, where's the money coming from? Our budget has no excess money. We don't have the money to pay lease. You're going to take it out of the fund. Where's the $500,000 improvement coming from? We're not told. Where's the $2 million coming? We're not told. By the way, everybody here tonight, you can clap, you can boo. Dan can say what he wants. We have a constitutional right to participate tonight. We got this thrust down our throat after 2 months of inaction. I commend the city for doing the study. I commend James for doing his work. I commend him for coming to the right result, if I understand him. This has to be turned down. This is not a solution, and certainly no solution here should be on the backs of our taxpayers. We didn't create this problem. The county did. The county needs to solve it. And everybody here knows that. And what happened was, we had a staff, from my understanding, that didn't know there were county funds available. Other cities got them. Now I think we're going after them, and hopefully we'll get them. But we need to get county funds. We don't have the funds. We don't have the money. And if you vote in favor of this tonight, tell us where the money's coming from, not just for this lease, but for the $2 million a year for this entity, for the $500,000 of improvements. And by the way, one theme that I am going to talk about tonight in open session, there's about 5 items on here tonight on this calendar, on this dais tonight, that we had a not to exceed bid of a specific amount, 100,000, a million, 250, whatever, and we're coming back for more money. And we had the experience of the Ole Hanson pool of having a not to exceed, and it went over by 3 times. Don't approve anything without money. This is just an RFP. It could be $5 million. You have a 10-year lease. It would be inconsiderate and improper to approve this lease tonight. Don't do it.
Thank you, Mr. Malamud. Next is Mike Ray, Mike Robbins, Linda, and real quick, Mike, before you get started. So you can clap all you want, but we've only got 30 minutes for each of the folks. So if you want to be respectful for the folks that are going to use their 3 minutes, please let them speak, otherwise they've got to wait to the end of the night. Mike.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. We're being played by South Orange County cities that have actively pushed their homeless population on San Clemente, especially after we opened Camp Pico. These cities are not our friends. We're being played by the feckless PC virtual signaling board of supervisors who are desperate for someone, anyone, to open a shelter in South Orange County to match their complete incompetence and mismanagement of this situation. The board of supervisors is not our friend. We're being played by groups and charities that function as enablers who rolled out the welcome mat, attracting homeless from all over the county who have descended upon our city. On the one hand, these groups make the problem worse, while on the other hand, they get hired by cities to run the shelters and feed the homeless. This is such a completely absurd situation. You need to understand that these organizations have a vested interest in keeping the homeless gravy train running. These groups are not our friends. Yes, we're being played, and everyone is desperately hoping for San Clemente to be the first one to blink, the first one to jump into the pool and build a shelter, and no one is going to follow us. Do you ever wonder why San Clemente, not Dana Point, San Juan, or Laguna Niguel, is the only South Orange County city with a Camp Pico, and they're only looking to build a shelter? Truth is, the other cities don't want a shelter and have no plans to build one. And why should they when they know if they wait long enough, San Clemente will open a shelter? We need to be smarter than that. We need to put the health and safety concerns of our citizens first and aggressively work to preserve the quality of life in San Clemente. We need to understand how Dana Point, San Juan, and other local cities that also contract with OCSD can better control and manage their homeless situation. Let's learn what they are doing and immediately implement their best practices to effectively combat homelessness. It seems to be working for them. We need to understand that if we open a shelter, it takes the pressure off every other city in South Orange County to open their own shelter, making San Clemente the de facto regional shelter. And here's how it's going to play out. Since we'll have the only shelter in South Orange County, more and more homeless will be sent to and make their way to San Clemente. And every year, when our homeless count goes up, we'll be required to add more beds. 35 turns into 50, 50 into 75, and on and on. Costs will go up until the shelter bankrupts the city. Remember, we're the city that struggled to find $250,000 to hire an additional sheriff's deputy. Yet somehow we're going to find millions per year to run a shelter? Does this situation make sense to any rational person? No. Next, some liberal judge will declare that even with a shelter, we won't be allowed to enforce our no camping rules. So now we're double screwed. That's why I'm here tonight to implore you to not approve the permanent shelter in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. Yes, I said permanent because we all know once it's open, with a 10-year lease, it's never going to close. Don't be the first city to blink and open a shelter. You'll be making a bad situation even worse. Thank you.
Mike Robbins, followed by Linda Linkering, and then Justin Sampson.
Mike Robbins, Housing is a Human Right OC. We're a coalition from across Orange County. By the way, I come from Anaheim, where we have about 1,000 shelter beds. According to the UCI study, it costs $100,000 per person to leave the homeless on the street, so that costs us all that money every single day to leave them out there. When I started this several years ago, I was concerned about that, and I actually went to the ERs because they said all these people are going to the ERs every day. It's costing us a fortune. Sure enough, several homeless people are going to the ERs every day in hospitals all across the county. The amount of money we're spending includes city resources, police and emergency responses, take up thousands of man hours. The statistics they quote from UCI are $300 million per year, but that's based on 3,000 people on the street, and we all know, according to CalOptima, and you can go to CalOptima for your figures here, 10,000 people on the streets. If we use 10,000 people at $100,000 a person, it's about $1 billion it's costing us. So every person in this room is paying $350 a year, man, woman, and child in Orange County to keep these people on the streets. And of course, we're housing first. Housing is a human right. Statistically, according to the federal government, the state, and the county, if you put them in supportive housing, 78% fewer ambulance transports and 100% fewer arrests. The annual cost savings, if we house the homeless people, could be up to $500 million. Money that stays in the hospitals, that stays in the city and the county coffers, so your police officers are out there doing their job, not chasing homeless people around. The housing providers like Jamboree Housing have been building stuff for $500,000 a unit and $800,000 a unit, and this is not cost effective for building. So our presentation is for modular housing. And if the people here were smart, and I know San Clemente residents are smart, they would build 80 modular housing units where people can be housed with a locking door, and they can get the services they need for rehab and job training and everything else, according to the studies from the federal government, from the state of California, and from the cities, based on the 10-year county plan and the 5-year Anaheim study. You have to move ahead. You have to be smart. You can't just put them in a shelter, and you can't move them from city to city. So I'll leave this with you. Sir. Thank you very much. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you. Next is Linda Linkering, followed by Justin Sampson, and then Thomas Fielder.
Good evening. My name is Linda Linkering. I'm here tonight to speak about Housing First, the best practice solution to end homelessness and how it relates to permanent supportive housing, PSH, and affordable housing. The Housing First approach connects people back to a home as quickly as possible while making readily available the services that people may need to be stable and secure. Housing First means that street outreach providers, emergency shelters, and other parts of the crisis response system are working closely with housing providers to connect people to permanent housing as quickly as possible. Community leaders work collaboratively to ensure that a range of affordable and supportive housing options and models are available to meet local needs. Communities work to ensure that people are not evicted back into homelessness whenever possible. So some background on how many units are needed at each level of affordability. California Housing and Community Development, HCD, has an interactive map where anyone can view any California city's progress on its regional housing needs assessment, or RHNA. Currently, San Clemente's progress on fulfilling its RHNA obligations during the current planning period, October 2013 to 2021, by permitting 65 of the needed 134 very low-income units, 28 units permitted of the 95 units needed for low-income category, 18 moderate-income units permitted out of the 108 needed in that category. But in the above moderate category, San Clemente permitted 485 units when only 244 were needed in that category. According to HUD, the area median income in 2018 for Orange County for a family of 4 was $92,700. That means a family of 4 in the extremely low income category would make up to $32,800. In the very low income category, that family of 4 would make $54,650, and in the low income category, they would make $87,450, while in the moderate income category, they would make $111,250. In permanent supportive housing, housing is viewed as a basic human need, distinct from the need for mental health and substance abuse treatment. A permanent supportive housing program may be run either by the behavioral health system or by providers of homelessness services. Whether people live in apartments or shared housing or instead receive services in their own homes, the intention of all permanent supportive housing is to offer them flexible, voluntary supports without regard to their willingness to engage in clinical treatment or services. However, the approach also calls for proactive, non-judgmental efforts to engage people in needed services. So we can see that the answer to ending homelessness in this county and throughout the state and the United States is housing. Housing first. Housing ends homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Justin Sampson, followed by Thomas Fielder. And then Eve Garrow.
I don't think Justin is here.
Okay, next is Thomas Fielder, followed by Eve Garrow.
Hi.
Mr. Fielder.
I'm Thomas Fielder. I've lived in Orange County for 39 years. I came down here from Anaheim today to deliver some good news to San Clemente.
Folks, please do not interrupt our speakers.
I've got some great news for you. You can be the first city in Orange County to end homelessness. You can make history.
Sir.
You can make history.
Sir, please address the dais, please. And folks, please. Please
San
stop
Clemente City Council, you can make history.
Folks, I'm going to give you more time. Folks, if you keep interrupting the meeting, I'm going to have to ask you to step outside. Please, let's not interrupt speakers. And speakers, please talk to the dais. Please don't engage the audience. If you want to do that, you can do so outside at your leisure. If you can start the time over, please. Thank you.
He's addressing us with that. He's not addressing the issue before the council.
Please, sir, please. You got your 3 minutes. Please address the agenda item.
All right.
Thank you.
So, I am here to give you some good news. You can end homelessness in San Clemente. How can you do this? It's not by building a shelter. Sheltered people are still homeless. Shelters are not homes. Shelters are for pets. Homes are for humans. So you can end homelessness quite easily just by finding a place for maybe 100 people to live. That's how you do it. You give them a home. Everything else that contributes to their homelessness can be solved vastly more easily once they are in a fixed abode. Vote no. Vote no on this issue. You don't need a shelter. You need homes.
Thank you, Mr. Fielder. Next is Eve Garrow, followed by David Duran. Next is Janine Robbins.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Eve Garrow. I work for the ACLU of Southern California, and I'm a member of Housing
Folks, please.
is a Human Right OC. My work is grounded in the belief in the intrinsic worth and value of every human being, and in a vision of a world in which every person has a standard of living adequate for health and well-being. Now, while cities in the county are rushing to build shelters, as others have said, they are not the solution to homelessness. They do nothing to address soaring rents, falling incomes, and a dire shortage of affordable housing, which are the root causes of homelessness. And let's remember that people living in shelters are still homeless. Shelters do provide some protection from the elements and sometimes some services, but even the best shelters crowd strangers together, expose them to communicable diseases like TB, deprive them of a private life, and can be very stressful places for people to live in long term. If you develop shelter, it should be done in combination with the development of affordable housing so that emergency shelters are truly a way station of a few days or weeks, which is what an emergency shelter is supposed to be, while the person is connected to a home. You should also read the ACLU report on the rampant abuse and neglect in other homeless shelters in this county, which I researched and co-authored, and follow our recommendations to ensure that your shelter will have high standards, a system for holding the operator accountable to those standards, and that it will respect the rights of its residents and will not run afoul of the law. This emphasis on shelters as a first solution is a throwback to our policy debates in the 1980s and 90s. We actually moved away from a shelter-first model way back then because it didn't work. Since 2004, the federal government has endorsed a housing-first model as a solution to homelessness, and as others have said in this model, people are offered affordable homes as an immediate response to their crisis. But Housing First does more than end homelessness. It allows people to live in dignity in a home they can afford. They pay a fair and affordable rent and have more money left over to take care of their families and save for the future. But to end homelessness and make this vision a reality, we need an all-hands-on-deck approach. Cities like San Clemente and the county need to contribute more money, land, and political will to the housing first approach. And cities like San Clemente can definitely put pressure on the county, which is sitting on nearly $1 billion in discretionary funding to do more than it's already doing to implement the housing first approach. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is David Duran, followed by Janine Robbins, and then Santiv Jain.
Thank you. I'm here today not to be opposition to anyone in the room. I'm here today to share some information that I have learned over the last few years, working face-to-face with other dioceses, working face-to-face with various county officials, and working face-to-face with other citizens. And, of course, face-to-face with many homeless. So here's my findings. Number one is I agree wholeheartedly with some of the speakers that the County of Orange, in their infinite ignorance, has kept funds from the citizens of this county. They have done it maliciously. They have done it to the point to where homelessness is growing throughout the county. I agree with that. And there's proof of that. They have approximately $1 million worth of expendable funds that they have still not used. Yet, they'll spend $30 million for an animal shelter. They'll spend $20 million to maybe beautify Dana Point Harbor. No offense to Dana Point, but again, where's the money spent? What of the 1,500 properties have they utilized? The county properties have they utilized to help the homeless problem? They've not done any of it. Nothing. Please don't follow in their footsteps, would be my ask. You know, history, for example, tells the story, and I'm just making an analogy, tells the story of whites-only drinking fountains. Government and society believed that people of color should be thankful for being provided a drinking fountain of their own. I'm hoping that we're past that time. I'm hoping, maybe naively, but I'm hoping that when we talk about a population that suffers from abject poverty, that we don't look at them in the same light. But I'm hearing that many people do, as though they're less than human, as though they're less than people. I don't know that that is a good fit in the year 2019. I'm disappointed to see that often. And I'm not just talking about this room. I'm talking about clear across the county. I'm talking about our county officials who villainize through negative rhetoric about this population.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Next is Janine Robbins, followed by Santiv Jain, and then Doug Schaff. So quickly, folks, just real quick, for our speakers, we follow Rosensberg's rules of order, and it requires that all public comments be related to the agenda item. So I would ask the speakers, we're here to talk about proposed lease.
The shelters, and yes.
Correct, so please, thank you.
Yes. My name is Janine Robbins, and I'm a founding member of Housing is a Human Right OC, as well as the Anaheim People's Homeless Task Force. We follow the Housing First Plan, which is the federally approved plan for solving homelessness. This states that when you house a homeless person with permanent wraparound services, everything begins to stabilize. Mental health begins to stabilize, physical health begins to stabilize, addictions begin to stabilize. It has been 90 days since you decided to open a dirt camping lot. I believe that there are approximately 80 homeless individuals currently living there. Now, my first question for you, I'm curious if you have the names of everybody residing there in case of an emergency. I'll be honest here, a dirt camping lot is absolutely the bare bones of homeless services provided that I have ever seen.
Miss, I'm going to ask you to address your comments related to.
Another question. In 90 days, have any individuals been transitioned into permanent supportive housing or bridge housing? Now, I hear that you intend to build some kind of shelter to house just 35 people. I'm not quite sure where that number came from, since you have more than double that number currently living in the dirt camping lot. I would like you to know that federal studies state that after 90 days in a shelter, people begin to deteriorate, physically, mentally. There needs to be permanent supportive housing for homeless residents to transition to from the shelter. It is cheaper for you to house people than it is to leave them in the dirt camping lot. You can be viewed as poor fiscal stewards for this city if you ignore the cost of leaving people in the street. The average age of death for a homeless individual is 49. 49 years old. We are trying to help you keep the homeless residents in San Clemente alive. And I would like to say, in addition to that, is that the county does have $1 billion. But I have not seen any of you guys at the Board of Supervisors. I have not seen any of these people out here
Ms.
at the Board of
Robbins, I'm
Supervisors
going to ask you one more time, please.
asking for the money to be distributed
Please.
equally.
You need to
Thank
make
you.
your- Thank you. Next is Santiv Jain, followed by Doug Schaff, Ginny Yoon. If I mispronounce your name, sir, I'm very sorry.
No problem. Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members, respected law enforcement, members of San Clemente, good evening. My name is Sanjeev Jain, and I've been in business in San Clemente for almost 30 years. I own the building located at 960 Calle Negocio. I'm the immediate neighbor to 950. I love San Clemente, and I applaud its growth and evolution. I'm not here to be a roadblock to the city's efforts, nor an individual's desire for a better life. People are homeless for a number of reasons. Most, if not all, are through no decision of their own. If there is any way I can help, I am and have been willing. We all have a responsibility to minimize homelessness, and I appreciate the efforts and assurances noted by the City Council and the request for proposal. I know the urgency. I regularly visit Del Mar and the area around downtown San Clemente. I see the feces on the sidewalk. Numerous people have used my back parking lot as their toilet. It's an environmental and a humanitarian hazard, and it does need to be addressed. I'm aware of that. I have read the request for proposal, and I will admit the proposal looks very attractive. You have an existing property, you have a willing landlord, and it accommodates the state's requirements in an expedited manner. It's attractive because it also appears to be the path of least resistance. I say this because an issue as impactful as this normally requires significant study, careful policy, flawless execution, and most important, funding. My concern as the immediate neighbor is that I have received no notification, courtesy or formal, from the operator, the owner, or the city regarding this proposal. In fact, I only came to know about this council meeting yesterday morning from neither of the parties that I just mentioned. In my business, you get a good idea of how healthy a relationship will be by observing the planning leading up to it. Based on my immediate experience, I trust you can understand my sincere concern about due process. My hope is simple, that the council halt progress on this until it's taken appropriate input and implementation of the surrounding impacted businesses' views and requests. If, however, hope is not an option, then being the next door neighbor, I have 3 essential requirements. First, the installation of a rear parking lot fencing with fire safety breakaway compliance. This will help ensure shelter resident safety, compliance from loitering and trespassing, and minimize the crossover between running a shelter and running a business. Further, this may help minimize the liability to the operator, the building owner, and the city. I request this be added to the project approval. I have reached out to the
Thank you,
OCFA and the planning department.
Thank you, sir. If you have any your additional comments, if you want to write them on a card and submit them, we'll consider those.
I'll do that. Thank you.
Next is Doug Schaff, followed by Jenny Yoon, and then Marcy Skinner.
My name is Doug Schaff. I'm a resident of Sea Summit. Camp Pico is a disaster. While it may have allowed us to enforce the anti-camping ordinance and clear out the parking lot at North Beach, it has created a horrible health and safety situation that will be very difficult for us to solve. Effectively, we have created an Ocean View Regional Homeless Shelter in San Clemente without the support of the 5 other cities that should be contributing to the costs involved. Most importantly, the County of Orange has totally walked away from South County after agreeing to a court settlement that effectively moved the homeless from the riverbed in Santa Ana to San Clemente. Every resident of San Clemente should be bombarding Lisa Bartlett and the county board with communications about the lack of county support for what amounts to a public health and safety crisis. I fully support the efforts of the county to pursue the lawsuit against the county to get them to act. I recently learned that a woman from the camp just arrived a few days ago from Arizona. She was given a bus ticket to San Clemente because she was told they have a great homeless campsite there. This needs to be stopped or the camp will continue to grow. What can be done in the short term to remedy the situation at Camp Pico? First, we need...
Mr. Schaaf, I'm sorry, I've got to ask you to, as I did the prior speakers, to tie this to the agenda item, which is not the camp, it's the lease at 950. Thank
Okay.
you.
Current, well, they're kind of related, if you ask me, because we have to ask, what is the reason why we're entering into this lease? So you can't talk about the lease without talking about the camp.
Please tie them together.
I shall. We need rules at the camp if we're going to keep it open and not do the lease. And we need the police to monitor the area. There are drug deals going down every night in front of the camp, and we need ways to evict the troublemakers if we're not going to do the lease. Most importantly, we need the camp moved to a site that's not near any residential neighborhood. I have said before, I am not a NIMBY. My position is that this is a huge mistake for the City Council to have located this camp near any residential neighborhood or city. The residents of Sea Summit implore you to find an alternative location for the site. If the current lease situation does not work because it can't be enforced, then we need to keep looking for another indoor site, hopefully. If we can't find an indoor site, then we're going to need to move to the alternative site near Fabricante that is on the agenda tonight for rezoning, and it needs to be done quickly and expeditiously so that we can move this site away from the residents of Sea Summit and everybody else in that neighborhood. It's not right for the city, and we need action to be taken immediately. Thank you.
Jenny Yoon, followed by Marcy Skinner, and then Rob Johnston.
You can move my comments to the public comment section. Oh, same with Marcy Skinner.
Okay. Rob Johnston. Mr. Johnston. Followed by David Freeman, and then Terrence Gainey. Mr. Johnson?
Yes. Good evening, council members, and those of you in attendance. My name is Rob Johnston, proud longtime resident of San Clemente. During the past 30 years, my business, Johnston Pacific, has assisted thousands of business owners locate and grow companies in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park. Along the way, these business owners have created thousands of jobs and countless employment opportunities for the citizens of this town to prosper and achieve their goals. I've seen the number of businesses grow from 19 to 586, and watched the population of our business community increase from 80 to over 2,000. It is a safe, clean working environment with ocean views and sea breezes. Our location is desired by business and property owners worldwide. Sadly, the state of California's useless leadership and a willing out-of-town property owner are about to destroy what has taken us 30 years to create. They plan on shoving down our throats a so-called homeless shelter with some legitimate homeless persons, but also littered with drug-addicted persons and mentally unstable individuals. All to be located in the very heart of our thriving business community. We will become the first master plan business park in South Orange County to feature a homeless shelter. I have read the instructions and conditions of the new homeless shelter operator and feel that it's your obligation as city council members to make safety of our business park population your #1 priority. Because my time is limited here tonight, I have chosen only 2 areas that I recommend the council modify if forced, and only forced, to sign a contract with a shelter operator. Number 1, on page 21, instead of recommending a police substation at the shelter, require a police substation at the shelter. Number 2, on page 24, where it states the operator will organize, lead, and convene a neighborhood patrol on a weekly basis to monitor a 1/2 mile radius of the shelter to provide cleanliness and enhance safety. I strongly encourage you to change that to patrolling the entire business park from 5 p.m. to 8 a.m. Monday through Friday, and all 48 hours on Saturday and Sunday. Thank you for your time as council members, and enjoy your evening.
Next is David Freeman, followed by Terrence Gainey, and then Gene James. Mr. Freeman? All right. Mr. Gainey? Mr. James, followed by Kathy Dominicini, please.
Good evening, members of the City Council and citizens of San Clemente. My name is Terrence Gainey. I'm 58, and I'm part of this encampment from day one. I had not realized the level of anxiety that I was carrying around until the very first night that I laid my head on this 10 by 10 space that gave me the best night's sleep I had had in a long time, with the safety and security of the guards and the lack of worry for all of the possibilities that can go the other way, between the backlash from the public and the police contact and all that goes with that. It's been truly a blessing to have this place to lay your head, and I just, from the bottom of my heart, would like to thank all who have been responsible for providing the shelter up to now. It's just truly been a very different quality of your day, not having the hassle and worry that goes with, being in North Beach or wherever you decide to sleep. And it's just a gratitude that I feel. I hope there's a way that we could give back to the city through some type of volunteer city beautification project. I think the people of Sea Summit have been impacted the most. The conduct, it's one thing to be an eyesore, but the earsore is embarrassing. And if I'm a member or a resident of Sea Summit and I have children, I would be enraged that this is happening below my home. So we need the help of the sheriff and the city to enforce the written and posted rules of the camp. We can eliminate 90% of what you heard is happening by up to now if we can just get someone to enforce these violations that are posted in every campsite. Everybody knows the rules, and if we could get your help, we would appreciate it, because it doesn't have to be this much of a circus as it is now.
Thank you, Mr.
So thank you
Gainey.
for your time.
Appreciate it. Gene James, followed by Kathy Dominicini, and then R. Courtney Rowland. Mr. James.
Thank you. Certainly, one of the things we really need to look at is some sort of order, some semblance of discipline in the current encampment. I just cannot believe that what is going on there from the perspective of what the gentleman just said, noise. On the 4th of July, my wife and I took the trolley to downtown. We were coming back. The trolley was too busy. Consequently, we walked back to the outlets, and walking past the encampment at 11:30 at night was one scary thing. It was F this, F that. There were fights going on. There were threats going on. It was very
Mr. James,
disturbing.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I know you didn't hear outside, but please tie this to the current proposal for 950 in the RFP if you can.
Thank you. And I'm going to tie it. Thank you. So I understand why we need something, but what I really need to make clear is I think going to negotiate with this next to a K through 6th grade school, there's dance studio there, there's karate there, and there's businesses there that people have that have invested a lot of money into, and we just cannot put them there. It will be a mistake. It will be bad for the school. It'll be bad for the karate studio. It will be bad for all the businesses that are there. And we just cannot have a wet shelter. We need to look at the core of what is actually creating these problems, and that's untreated mental health and chronic addiction. Those are the things that need to be treated, not housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. James. Kathy Dominichini, followed by R. Courtney Rowland, and then Rick Leffler, please. Please, folks. Ms. Dominichini.
Hi, thank you for being here tonight, and I want to thank you for your efforts in focusing on providing solutions for this challenging problem facing our community and many other communities here in California and across the nation. I hope that we can address this issue with compassion, empathy, and logic. So I think we can bring those all together and come up with a solution. Something I'd like to point out to begin with is on this picture here on the slide projector, that is the Costa Mesa Bridges Shelter. I have spent a lot of time up there providing services, and for many people here in our community, I think they would appreciate to know that that is a fully enclosed area. There's a pretty good sized fence around it, and to go in and out of that area, clients must take a shuttle that is provided by the operator of the shelter, and there's a security guard in the beginning and a smattering of them throughout the area, and when you come back, you have to go through like a metal detector and your bags are gone through, and other individuals going to visit clients there, which would be similar if we did have a shelter, have to be pre-approved to go in. So it's a very contained environment, and I think that's helpful if we do move forward on a shelter, that we require the fencing, because in your information online it said it could be fenced. I think this is critical for the safety of the neighborhood, businesses, and for the clients. It assists you in controlling the ins and outs of everybody. Okay, I just wanted to put that out there because a lot of people have visions of people just moving in and out without any control. And with regards to the shelter, I would urge you to investigate your funding sources and have that laid out, intimately before moving forward on this, if indeed that's the way we're going to go. And I would also ask you to really think outside the box and look at how we might come up with some solutions for some small type housing, small houses that could provide that stability while we tap into the many agencies that county has and private agencies, nonprofits, that can provide those services that will assist those individuals in becoming stable and moving forward. I guess I have to wait till the camp, okay, to talk about that, sorry. So I want you to also go to the Board of Supervisors once again and look for funding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathy. Next is Ms. Rowland, followed by Mr. Leffler, and then Glenn Walker.
Good evening. I'm Roland. I'm happy to address you folks on a selfish note, and also because I consider myself uniquely qualified. So I know the crystal goblet and the mahogany table and the depths of despair. Therefore, my suggestion is you have to break up the homeless. You cannot put them together because you'll always have the problem. You have to break them into twos and threes, and give them something useful to do so they can reclaim the dignity of work, and you can more concentrate on hygiene, because just putting a bunch of people with mental health and drug problems together is just a formula for continued disaster. And I end right there.
Thank you, Mr. Leffler, followed by Glenn Walker, and then Roger Etzweiler.
Hi, Council. Well, thank you for coming up with something on the couple of months that you were off. I mean, I know you did a lot of hard work to put this together, but I want to kind of give you a few of my concerns about why this shelter situation might not work. I've all heard here about the county not stepping up. We can certainly, I think, all agree that they haven't been, and I don't really see any optimism for thinking the county will step up. That includes the Sheriff Barnes with the Orange County Sheriff's Department. This is no knock on Lieutenant Manhart or the other deputy back there. I think they do a great job, and I think they would love to enforce our laws if they were able to. They've taken the Martin versus Boise case on this thing, and there's, if you read all 38 pages, it's not as restrictive as the county and the sheriffs have made it. I mean, they can, the ruling says they can enforce laws if it impacts public safety and health, and they've still turned around and not done that. They're not going to do that, and so having a shelter where they're not going to enforce any laws anyway just doesn't seem to make sense. You talked about a security plan. Where's the security plan? Are they going to vet the people when they go into that shelter? Are they going to run them for wants and warrants? No, the sheriffs are not going to do that. Sheriff Barnes already said he's not going to do that. I really enjoyed that the Anaheim, there was a guy from Anaheim here who talked about how they had 50 million homeless people or something. But you know what they don't have? They have a shelter, and they don't have everybody camping on the street everywhere. So they are doing something with their people with shelters. And the lady put about the Costa Mesa shelter. Looked like it seemed to be a pretty good idea. And let me throw this out to you, kind of interesting here. Here's some cities with shelters that seem to be at least working. Or trying to work. Anaheim, Costa Mesa, Santa Ana, Tustin, Laguna Beach. You know what all those cities have in common? They have their own police departments. They have their own police departments. Those departments go in there and they vet the people before they go in. They try to dissuade drop-offs. If they have a drop-off, they try to follow up on it and find out what city dropped them off, who dropped them off, and return them to those people. But their police departments work with their cities in having these. If we don't have our own, let me back up here. I'm not saying we should have our own police department, but if we had our own police department, I think we could make something like this work, or at least to be more feasible. What I'd also like to ask the council to do is maybe put together, I've done some work on my own on this, on a feasibility of our own department. Again, I'm not saying we should do it, but something we should look at. If the sheriffs will not enforce our laws down the road, we have to look at an alternative. So maybe Chris, I'm sorry, I got you mid-drink. And Kathy, maybe think about the public safety kind of commission or committee we talked about that you guys said maybe we should put off. Maybe we should think about putting it in so we could get some research for you guys and maybe look at some things here. So anyway, that's my thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Leffler. Glenn Walker, followed by Roger Etzweiler, Mark Maurer.
Thank you very much for having us, and thanks for taking the time to listen to us. First, I want to thank Laura and Dan for both being very open and responsive, and in the emails that we send, the posts that we send, you guys are always very productive in giving us some of the answers, so there isn't some of the stuff out there that isn't true. So I want to thank you for all of that. As the other owner of 960 said, I'm at 940. I also own the building, have been there since 2007. There's also many other owners in the room. Some people have submitted letters to you that are in the building. I don't know if everybody's going to get a chance to speak, but the attorney for the association is also here tonight, and the attorney for one of the business owners as well. We deal with a lot on that street already. We've had somebody that is just bathing in the bathroom completely naked. We've got a printer across the street that I talked to that has to put cameras in his place because he is right outside of the AA meetings that happen, so he has them coming out, coming into his place, offering him sexual favors and everything else that is on there. So we deal with the people going to and from FAM, and everybody's got their opinions on FAM, and they do some good work and some enabling, in my opinion. But we deal with it now where we have to make sure that our bathrooms are locked because we find them in there. We find them sleeping under the stairs that go up to the second level. So this doesn't work. It's not the solution. And I strongly encourage you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Roger Etzweiler, followed by Mark Maurer and Chris Magnuson.
I think that we all agree we need to find some place to put these people so they don't end up in your bathrooms, your backyards, your driveways. Agreed? And there is a very large piece of land in between Dana Point and Capistrano Beach that is now being used for merely storage units for individuals of the construction code, so to speak. This land has been vacant before they opened it up to these storage places.
Sorry,
It
Mr.
would be a very good
Etzweiler, just
idea.
quickly, please address the comments to the proposed lease and RFP for 950 Negotiable. Thank you.
That's my input, is just finding a spot to put these homes where we obviously are going to need to put these people, so they stop ending up in your backyard and where else. And that's all I have to say today.
Great. If you want to address your comments about the other, there's public comments right after this, so please address them there. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Next is Mark Maurer, followed by Chris Magnuson, and then Paul Webster.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Mark Maurer. I'm a resident of San Clemente for about 14 years now. Relative newcomer compared to some of the folks. But right on the agenda, your mission statement says, a tradition dedicated to a safe, healthy atmosphere in which to live. It also says providing the city's long-term stability through promotion of economic vitality. The proposal before you tonight does neither of those things. I'm opposed to the creation of the shelter. In the background, the staff says the city would typically use the anti-camping laws to deter people who are experiencing homelessness. The staff should have included the term choosing homelessness. I have encountered homeless people all over the county, and while there are obviously those who are disadvantaged or down on their luck, it is equally obvious that some have chosen to live outside the bounds of societal norms. It's hard to fathom that the city's solutions can be productive. The cost-benefit ratio is way out of whack. The only smart thing I can see in the papers is the recommendation to file an amicus brief to overturn Martin v. Boise. With the possibility of a review of Martin, it seems ridiculous to enter into a 10-year lease. Then you want to spend $500K on tenant improvements for 35 beds. I'm a contractor, and even with California's ludicrous prevailing wage laws, that is a crazy number. Operation at 1.1 to 2 million, please. At 2 million per year, you could give 35 people over 57,000 per year, encourage them to live with 3 roommates instead of 34, and they will certainly live more comfortably than the average San Clemente High School graduate. I'm not suggesting that you do that, but I would much rather see you spend the money on legal fees and fight this stuff. I'm just pointing out the absurdity of these actions. I think you're picking your rep to the League of Cities tonight. Get with the other cities and do the same. Your own staff report says the operating costs are long-term unsustainable. The concept of a temporary shelter is laughable. Whether you mean that the shelter is temporary or that the homeless condition is temporary, just remember there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. Does anyone remember the temporary sales tax increase? I would like to speak on Ordinance 1676 when it comes time, but I didn't submit a card. So.
If you want to submit a card, you still have plenty of time to do so.
Okay, and then finally, the Sea Summit impact would be shifted to San Clemente Gymnastics and Lost Wings, and the Panhandlers would move from 7-Eleven to the Albertsons. I'm not sure what positive effect that has. If you choose to go through with this, I hope that someone will slap a TRO on the city to prevent signing a 10-year lease and a 5-year management deal until Martin v. Boise either heard or rejected by the Supreme Court. Thank you.
Mr. Magnuson, hang on 1 second.
Dan and Elizabeth, if you guys concur, what do you think about doing a straw vote before we move on with oral communications? And then we can ask after the straw vote if anybody still wishes to speak and reiterate some of the comments that are already stated.
Sir, I want to make sure, so the proposal is, though, we'd still let people speak if they want.
So we'd conduct a straw poll, and then after the straw poll, if people still would like to speak, we can allow them to speak, but that would give people a better understanding where we're at.
I think you can express your general opinion of where you're heading based on the comments you've heard, and you're still, of course, open to hear the rest of the public comment.
I would be willing to do that. Do we have unanimous? I want to make sure I want it to be unanimous if we're going to do this. Okay? So, straw poll, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so, let's see.
Mr. Magnuson, I'm sorry. Give us 1 second here.
Yeah, so I guess my straw poll would be to strike staff's recommendation 1, 2, and 3.
You can strike them to decline to accept?
Yeah.
Okay. So, straw poll, do we have a second? I will second that.
Oh, you second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So that would pass 4-0 right now.
Could you clarify what the straw poll means?
I will try to do so the best that I can. So the straw poll would be if we were to take up this item right now, all four of us up on the dais right now are leaning into rejecting the proposal for the 10-year lease, rejecting the RFP, and the third item is the supplemental appropriation. Would anybody else like to make a comment on the straw poll before we ask if there's any further public comments? Mr. Magnuson, you've been invited from out of town, so I would definitely like to hear what you have to say.
First, I just want to say that's the best news that I and a lot of the people in this room have heard in a while. So, good evening, council members. My name is Chris Magnuson. I'm the founding president and CEO of Solutions for Change. We're one of the largest privately funded social enterprise solutions for homelessness in the state of California. 27 years ago, I got out of my beloved Marine Corps and I jumped into another war on poverty and went right to the lowest rung here. That's what us Marines do. And said, hey, how can we serve to solve for the folks that are hurting the most in our community? Every program we've built, and we've built many personally, I've raised over about $200 million in capital and have deployed those funds into many different housing-related solutions. I've done every kind of housing, shelter you can think of, but we've done it with the principles and the priorities of accountability-based programs. So we are the exact opposite of what you've put in this RFP. Is typically it's using the bridge shelter design. That is the opposite of what we've done in our shelters over the years. And also housing first, completely opposite. We don't do housing first. In fact, there's in all my almost 3 decades, this really concerns me because I'm a veteran. I see a lot of my veteran brothers and sisters. They put these people behind a door and they allow them to continue to use hard drugs, meth, heroin. They're killing themselves, and these people are allowing that to happen. It is the worst model I've ever seen. There's so many things I want to encourage you to consider. You've already done an amazing thing just a few minutes ago. I only got a couple minutes more, so I want to just, in 3 short bullets, I want to share everything I've learned in 3 decades. Number 1, homelessness is a symptom of underlying causative factors. Those factors are mainly addiction and mental health issues. If these things aren't dealt with, if they're dealt with in the wrong way, they will come back and deliver so much pain and hurt on your community and the people that you're trying to help. It will really sadden you and all of us that want to help them. Secondly, the current homelessness response system is woefully inadequate. It is incapable of delivering to the people here in this room and those persons out there on your streets the results that you deserve. Third, the people believing in people, using a vision, a model, and a plan based on empowerment, jobs, uncompromising drug-free principles, and what we call real love, which is a form of tough love, but better, is where I implore you to lead this community. Don't do that shelter design. Don't go into the woefully inadequate systems. In closing, you will not ever find real permanent solutions in some top-down, one-size-fits-all, overreach homeless policy. I just want to say that the people in this community, I've met with a lot of them, they are ready to roll up their sleeves and deliver real permanent solutions for you.
Thank you. Councilman Ham. Folks, please. Councilmember Ham.
So I was just going to offer some notes. I think we should probably just go through the list of people and just affirm with everybody that they don't want to speak on the subject.
I agree. That was next step. Simpatico. Mr. Webster, you still want to speak? Sure. Okay. Shelley Moore. Ms. Moore, do you still want to speak? Okay. Andrew Hogg, does Mr. Hogg still want to speak? Okay, going to set him aside for now. Bill Hart. Mr. Hart, would you still like to speak?
If you could move me to item B, I'll
Item B. John Perry, would you still like to speak?
No.
Real quick, yeah. I think the guy who's inside is one over here.
Up.
Whichever one that was. First guy set aside.
Mr. Hogg? Bog, I'm sorry, would you still like to speak?
Yes, please.
You'll be third in line. Yep. So I think I had two cards for you, actually, so. Yep, I did. Mr. Price, Mr. Nicole, would you still like to speak? Yes? Mr. Krutinger? Paul? Yep. No, I think let's continue on. I think we're going to have a number of speakers still. Mr. Webb.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Webster. I'm the Vice President for Social Enterprises for Solutions for Change. We had a lot to say about this item, so my CEO and I decided to do a little tag team. Solutions is located in Vista in San Diego County, but our organization has very extensive experience in relationships across California and the nation regarding homelessness and community-based solutions to this tragic problem. I want to commend this council for focusing on this important issue, and in particular, for addressing it in a way that considers San Clemente's needs first, not the preferences of politicians in Santa Ana, Sacramento, or even Washington, D.C. In reviewing the proposed RFP to operate an emergency shelter, I noticed three important things. First, the proposed RFP includes no requirements for those seeking help and services. In other words, nobody has skin in the game to help in their own recovery. Second, the proposed RFP suggests that those benefiting from the proposed shelter will be able to resolve their homelessness by moving to housing and becoming self-sufficient in about 30 days, with no indications of how this housing will be acquired or how self-sufficiency will be achieved. The RFP outlines essentially, if you build it, all their problems will be solved. Third, the approach and requirements of the proposed RFP mimics the same approach and requirements of shelters up and down the West Coast that are overflowing, failing to serve their clients beyond acting as a way station for drug addiction, mental illness, and transiency. The challenge is there is a significant public policy approach that is very well funded from Washington, D.C. by special interests called Housing First. In every location where Housing First is embraced, you see a tremendous increase in street homelessness. Where is the analysis and the evidence that this type of facility and services have led to self-sufficiency, have resulted in increased incomes and reduced reliance on government assistance? Where's the analysis that have helped, that shows that this type of facility has helped the addicted and ill overcome their challenges? The answer is there is none, because the approach only leads to one thing: permanent housing for the unwilling and unable at the expense of the public. I'm not suggesting that this is a bad thing. I'm here to point out that if San Clemente wants to avoid the overwhelming failure we've seen in Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, and other parts of the state, it needs a different approach and a new way of understanding the purpose of shelter and where people go after shelter to achieve a life of sobriety, employment, and wholeness. Thank you very much.
Mr. Webster, do you have a card that you could give to our city manager? Thank you. Next is Shelley Moore, followed by Andrew Fogg, and then we have Richard Price and Ricardo Nicole.
Okay, mine is kind of about X also. Can we talk about that? It's about the camp on Pico and about X.
Yeah, if you could submit cards for those items, if you have any comments about the lease at 950 or the RFP. Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for voting no on it.
That was a straw poll. No vote yet. Follow Mr. Fogg.
Yes, hi, good evening. Andrew Fogg from Cox Castle Nicholson. I represent the owner of the 942 property, which is adjacent. I just wanted to make a few brief points in recognition of the straw poll and in case future proceedings come up. First, while the zoning may allow a non-discretionary development by a non-city actor, CEQA does apply where the city exercises discretion. That would include entering into a lease, entering into an RFP. There's been no mention of CEQA in the staff report. I think you have to address that. So that is a fatal flaw that would prevent you from proceeding tonight if you were, or into the future until you do CEQA. The Save Terra case is on point on this. If you commit yourself to a course of action that is irrevocable, i.e. entering into an agreement to do a future act, you have to do CEQA before you do that. Second, as one of the other property owners noted, although the staff report says notice was provided to all interested parties, there's no indication of how that notice was given. In fact, no notice was given. There's obviously a large turnout of people, but that doesn't mean that everyone who's entitled to legal notice received it. So before the city takes an action, you should provide notice and make sure that it's done to the appropriate radius as required by law with an appropriate amount of time. Third, and this goes to the business issue significantly, this is a business park, and there are CC&Rs that were actually mandated by the city when this business park was established. And they govern the uses in this park, and they require the approval of a development committee before any permits can be requested. And reasonable rules can be put in place if there's going to be a disruption in the harmony or uses within the business park. That development committee can reject that use. There's been no outreach from the city or a future operator. I understand you have an RFP, so that hasn't been identified. These steps should be completed before you enter into a lease that commits you to spending millions and millions of dollars over a 10-year period. You should do the homework first. If you're going to find an operator, find the operator, develop a proposal, run it by the development committee, make sure that all of the rules and recommendations that they're going to require are implemented and everything is taken into consideration, rather than entering into a lease for something that you don't know if you're ever actually going to be able to build. So I understand where you are, but if this comes back in the future, this whole SB2 area is subject to these business park CC&Rs, so that's going to be a continuing issue that you're going to have to deal with down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Fogg. Real quick question. So yes. For SB2 zoning, if somebody comes in and pulls a permit, is it your belief that they have to comply with CEQA as well?
No, but you as a city.
No, I understand.
Yes,
no. To make sure that was your position.
Yeah, we are not in that situation. If the zoning code for any project exercise, there's no discretion, then there's no discretion. Okay. That doesn't relieve them of the CC&R and other issues that would apply, and they would be precluded potentially from doing that in this case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Richard Price, Mr. Nicole, followed by Mr. Krutinger and Jeff Lawrence. I hope this is going to be a duet.
It is.
Council members, I'm Richard Price, and this is
Ricardo Nicole from San Clemente.
We're part of the Architectural Guild of South Orange County. We are here.
Also a member of the Rotary Club of San Clemente.
Anyway, we're here to go ahead and present some ideas to you on the PICO site. You have a packet that we gave you, okay? The very first photograph in the packet is...
Give me a chance to get it.
Okay.
first picture.
You got it. We're here to help not just designing a site, but also finding out what views are into that site. And you have a picture there. They look into the site. It's a bird's eye down.
From Sea Summit.
Yep. The next image in there is a site plan with some solutions to that issue. One is adding 48-inch box trees, not planted, but along Pico and also on the north side, which would help, at least for the immediate situation. All of these are portable. They can move to the next site. And also the trees, it looks like we might be able to get those for free to the site. Okay? Some other areas in the site would be a common area in the center of it, bringing canopies, picnic tables, and other community things. Obviously, with the discussion we're having tonight, this is minor compared to the big picture, but what we're saying is we still have to design the next site, and we have to do a better job on this site, and we're here to go ahead and help in doing that process.
Sure, and so as all the other speakers have had to admonish, if you can relate this to the 950 Calle Negocio and RFP, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
If you can do that. If there's a way for you to do that with your presentation, otherwise you can submit a card for the homeless lot item later on.
Okay, I think we're done.
Yeah, I appreciate it. No, I do. I don't mean to interrupt. I just have to be consistent with all the speakers, so. Bill followed by Jeff Lawrence and Thomas Muriello.
You can move Jeff's to open.
Jeff's to open. Okay, public comments, please. Joanne?
Is it just a click to advance? Pretty much? Okay, very good. Mayor Pro Tem Bain, Honorable Council, thank you very much for, first of all, your straw poll. I'm encouraged that you're not moving forward with the proposal as it existed today. I did review it, and a lot of the concerns shared were legitimate. There have been some issues where people have been saying things, and I just don't think that they're right. And I hope that you'll look for credible data on those things before you move forward. I've sourced these, and this will be shared online later. But before we can really solve the issue, we got to acknowledge what it is. All right? Most of our homeless people here, they're middle-aged men, born here, citizens of our country here. Of those unsheltered, over 80% have been in Orange County over 5 years. A lot of people take a very narrow view that this is the San Clemente issue, and this is, of course, San Clemente City Council, so that's not altogether unreasonable. But a broader view of things is going to be needed, and I hope you'll pursue the county to solve that. But these are, in overwhelming majority of cases, these are our people in Orange County. Or actually, a couple people mentioned mental health and drug addiction issues as the leading causes of homelessness. But studies are pretty consistent in that it's not those things. Those things may arise later while people are homeless, but avoiding homelessness is kind of the focus of this presentation. And it's overwhelmingly driven by economic factors.
Sorry, Bill, I have to ask the same question of you that I have to others.
Yeah.
If you could tie it to
this is hopefully to inform your next iteration. So,
if you could, again, I'm sorry, I understand what you're trying to do. If you could tie it to the lease or to the RFP, please do so.
Okay, well, sure. The RFP doesn't address any of the major issues that are, the causes of this. Someone else mentioned the RENA numbers, so I'll kind of skip over that. But that's one area where we could do a better job. And some cities are doing better, and it's probably worth asking them what they're doing. Now, one interesting thing I noticed is that when we do better at that, we do better as a city. Right? You'll see that a city that has better performance there, the landlords are getting higher rents, residents have higher incomes.
Folks, please.
And, we did it there. And I did just want to share with you an invitation to tour one of the newer facilities in Irvine. that would be a more practical solution to prevent and reduce homelessness in San Clemente.
Great. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next is Thomas Muriello, followed by D. Coleman, and then Don Nicholas.
Thank you. Thomas Moriello. I'm an attorney for the Rancho San Clemente Business Park Association. I want to thank the council, city manager, city attorney for wrestling with this very tough issue. We do oppose this proposal on a number of economic and legal grounds, and we understand where the council may be heading. We applaud that. We think it's an issue that needs a lot more study, at a minimum, a lot more notice to the community, and a lot more detail. I'll be brief. The other attorney talked about the CC&Rs. He stole my thunder on that. I also agree with him that CEQA applies. You're talking about entering into a lease, committing an irretrievable commitment of resources. The first step in a series of actions that have on-the-ground impacts has got to be looked at under CEQA. There's also, I think, a sequencing problem here, because if the proposal were voted in favor, the council would be approving a lease that commits them to spending $78,000 plus a year for 10 years before they have a request for a proposal approved, before they have a program in place. So I think that puts the cart before the horse, and to me, it seems like a waste of taxpayer funds, potentially, if there is no proposed build-out at some point in time. The operating costs are pretty vague and open-ended, and the staff report admits that aside from the initial year or so, I believe there's no funding in place. It would be difficult to sustain in future years. So I think there's a fiscal component to this as well. So we think the project is premature, it's fiscally irresponsible, and in trying to resolve one liability, you'd be creating others. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next is D. Coleman, followed by Don Nicholas, and then Alan Throckmorton. Mr. Coleman?
Good evening. My name's D. Coleman, and I'm a Short Cliffs resident and a San Clemente business owner. I'm glad to hear that the straw poll was a success, at least for the no clientele. One of the things I wanted to add to that was that I encourage the council to set up a task force for the homeless immediately, and I'd like to volunteer myself as well. There's a lot of great speakers that were here this evening that had some very good input that I think would make a great task force as opposed to a committee which was listed. Another item is there's a lot of funds, as everybody knows, out in the state and the federal arenas, and I'd like to suggest that maybe you look at a grant writer. Grant writers also work on contingency, which would not be a cost for the city. We really need to understand how we're going to pay for this problem. It's a big problem. I know, Dan, you and I talked about this back in May prior to moving the location where it is now. The project now, as I don't know if a lot of people know, but the startup cost was about $60,000, and it's costing the city $25,000 a month, which is it's a big input, but not as much as it would be if a new plan was put into place that was proposed. I've developed a 9-point plan with respect to San Clemente's current situation with the homeless and how to attack the problem head-on. It not only addresses our problem locally, but via all avenues up to the federal level. I think we need to establish relationships in this new era that will bring this issue to a manageable level for our city and put the cities back the way it used to be. Times are changing, we need to evolve. I also feel that there should be some private sector, that we should look at the private sector also for investment into the homeless. The San Clemente has been identified as an opportunity zone for federal tax dollars and incentives, and there's a lot of people out there that would...
Mr. Coleman, if you could tie this again to the agenda item.
Well, it was in regards to the lease, so...
Okay. Yeah, well, please tie it to the lease.
So basically, with regards to the lease, I don't think the city has any business being in the homeless housing business, and they should contract it out with someone that knows what they're doing. There's a lot of people out there that would like to probably be investors and do it, and I'm just glad that we averted a $20 million 10-year expense. But thank you for your time.
Next is Don Nicholas, followed by Alan Throckmorton. Is Don here? Alan Throckmorton? Is it Beth Gentleman? They have left. Okay. Michelle Brooks. Ms. Brooks will be followed by Molly Newland and then Cord Bauer.
Welcome back, Council. I know that, thank you for hearing me. I was debating not going and saving it for public comments, but I am speaking about the agenda item, and just hearing all of those, all of these people just coming to San Clemente from out of town that are advocating for housing first. I just really had to speak up because they're sitting out there telling us we have an obligation to build houses and how we have to spend our money and that we're not being compassionate. And all I've ever wanted to know is what their statistics on success are, and I have yet to ever hear that. So I beg you, no matter who we move forward with, just to have some sort of measure of success that's quantifiable, that we can all see and gauge that it's working, because I spoke to Mercy House after like 6 messages, and then I finally spoke with a nice lady named Sarah, but she failed to give me her success rates in San Clemente, and that was really disturbing to me because I feel that, sorry I'm shaking, but I feel that we pay them so much money, and I feel that they're spread so thin, so I'm begging you also to reconsider our contract, but I'll stay on topic because I know that's where it's going, but I do feel that so many other people spoke pushing us, we have to have housing, so I just think that it needs to be countered with a little common sense. Thank you for the straw poll and voting no on the property at 950 Negocio. I just want to reiterate that this is on the county and they should not be off the hook. I think that we're all on the same side here. I think that we need to continue to push them to release funds for the cities. They're saying they're only releasing funds for cities who step up to build a regional shelter. But they're also recommending that one is built in the city with the most homeless. And that's where I think that we're being targeted, because we would not have the highest population of homeless in South Orange County if it weren't for some people in the outside that have been seen dropping off homeless here. And that's what needs to stop. So I wanted to let those people know that we see them, and it is not going to bully us into entering into this never-ending, not ever going to be good enough rabbit hole of shelters and public permanent supportive housing. I'm sorry, I'm so fired up out there just listening to all these speeches. The housing first system is clearly not effective. Please look at San Francisco, Los Angeles, Seattle, and all the other large cities, and is that who we want to turn into? I want to know what their success rate is. We need a system that rehabilitates, treats mental health, and sends people who break the law to jail, not to an apartment. Not to an apartment. We need to encourage the residents who are currently in the camp and maybe in a future shelter to learn life skills by helping to clean out their own area. Why are we encouraging them to sustain life in there rather than teaching them personal responsibility? Why not put a maximum length of stay with goals to reach after 90 days to where then they're out on their own, hopefully living not in the campsite or a shelter. There should be daily tasks required in there, overseen by a private agency or security, but not the current security company who threatens passerbys for just looking in.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate it. Molly Newland. One more time, Molly Newland. Cord Bauer. Yep. Followed by William Dunwald. Mr. Dunwald here. And then Carrie Dunwald will follow Mr. Dunwald. Mr. Bauer.
Good evening. Just so you know, if you turn the volume up about 10% outside, they could hear about the straw poll. Good to know.
Maybe you can tell.
I'll scream it when I get outside. What I wrote down on the PowerPoint, this comes a lot from Drew Pinsky, who is one of the foremost authorities about this situation. This is information that I think will help in whatever decision you make. I want to thank you for listening to the owners and the residents as they speak up about this. Owners and residents. The second slide. This information is from an internal memo from the Orange County Sheriff's Department regarding the Santa Ana riverbed, and the bottom line is at the top. And that said, 1,118 consensual contracts, 1,026 had no desire for outreach services. That equals about 1%. So everybody that got pushed out of Santa Ana, about 1% wanted to go into a shelter. And you fast forward to last month on the next page. This was the Sepulveda Basin fire, and Democrat Nuri Martinez.
Cord, I'm sorry, but I've got to do the same for you. You've got to tie this to the 950 negotiable lease and the RFP.
I'll get there.
Okay.
The first page is, this is not about a homeless shelter. This is a drug.
Please tie it.
Okay. Only 1% of the people want a homeless shelter. They want services. So the answer does not lie in a homeless shelter. The answer lies elsewhere. The conclusions from Dr. Drew on the next page were, it's not a housing problem. That's a hoax being perpetrated by the government here locally. That means LA. That needs to stop. It's a mental health crisis and addiction crisis full on. He talks about Prop 57 and 47. We all know about what happens when drugs are made legal in California. We're living through it. Finally, my ask would be, whatever you decide on the next page, don't fall for a strings attached money that force us to use any of these failed policies. He's saying that the government officials in Los Angeles are recklessly negligent. Let's not go there. And finally, on the last page, being homeless is not an excuse to break the law. I respectfully disagree with the Orange County Board of Supervisors. I disagree with Sheriff Barnes on their reading of the Boise settlement. Neither the criminal justice system nor the judiciary is equipped to resolve chronic social problems. But criminalizing conduct that is a product of those problems is not, for that reason, constitutionally impermissible.
Thank you, Cord. Appreciate it. Next is William Dunwald, followed by Carrie Dunwald. Mr. Dunwald? Great. Carrie Dunwald, and then I cannot read the first name, but it's, is it Warren Vadrine? Vadrine? Vadrine?
Yes, sir. My name is Larry Dunwald, and speaking on behalf of William or Bill Dunwald. We are business owners in San Clemente, residents of San Clemente. Lived here for over 22 years, been in the business park for over 22 years. We own 2 buildings on each side of 950, so we have a very big interest in this decision. We are similar to a bank. We provide financial services, and we have a great deal of concern about the protection of our employees and the protection of our business. The mission statement for the city of San Clemente is to maintain a safe, healthy atmosphere in which to live, work, and play. Businesses are the fabric of our community, the fabric of San Clemente. If we destroy the local business, you will destroy and deteriorate the community. Employers provide jobs. Homeless shelters in the business district do not promote economic growth. Mobile Money is the name of the company. We service events from the Del Mar Fair to the Orange County Fair to the Bonnaroo to all around the country. Your local convenience stores from GM Oil. It's important that we stay here in San Clemente, but with a homeless shelter, we may be forced to leave. We provide shelter for over 140 families and their children. We also rent to the gymnastics, and they bring in children and families every day, and they cannot be exposed. They cannot be exposed to this. So I ask you, please vote no. Thank you.
Is Carrie still here, or will you be speaking for the family?
I'm Larry.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, Larry, thank
Yep.
you.
You know what?
Apologies.
No problem.
Your writing's like mine, look like a C. Mr. Vadrine, Warren, followed by Donna.
Council, Mayor Pro Temp, thank you. I've heard a lot tonight. I've heard some of the problems and intersections with the original plan. I've heard some very promising proposals, and they need to be knitted together into something. And I've heard people who want to kick the can down the street. This is our problem. This is Orange County's problem. These people are ours. They are part of us. And we need to deal with them. Now, we, the county, we, the city. I support the idea of pushing the county further, because otherwise, this is basically just shoving things around. This is the tragedy of the commons in spades. So there is a way to do it, but it's going to require cooperative effort, and that cooperation will probably have to be forced in some manner that I'm not competent to know. But it is something that must be done. It is legally necessary. It's a moral imperative. I think the conclusion here is that our efforts need to be redoubled. We need to find a solution. It sounds like we need to find a better solution. I don't know entirely what it is. I know some people who might know, and so do you. Gather it all together, please. If I can help any way, I will. But it is a problem we must solve. So I support your activism on this. I support your continued efforts on this. I don't know precisely how they're going to materialize, but they need to. And I will be watching closely. Thank you.
Thank you, Warren. Donna, followed by Andrew Morrow, and then C.J. Reuter.
Hello, good evening. Let's not be an obstacle as our city council works for solutions. Let's not expect others to take on our problems. Let's engage in our community and be an example in our families, our workplaces, and communities to assist those without a bed to sleep in and basic needs of food security and hygiene. The community of San Clemente can work together to help those without. We can role model for our beach communities. By having a shelter, some type of a shelter, not only will we be solving our problems of homeless sleeping on our streets, parks, and beaches, we will have a place to organize services, including mental health, food, and job training. Those persons, the homeless, are United States citizens with rights and responsibilities. They are part of our community. Let's provide for the homeless and provide the basic services of a bed to sleep in, toilets and showers, security. Dogs, cats, rabbits, and birds without homes are cared for in our San Clemente community. We provide shelter, food, water, positive caring, and interactions at the San Clemente Animal Shelter. Without these services, we would have a problem with our pets who have lost their homes, families, and do not have resources for shelter, food, and assistance in relocating to a home that is not the shelter provided to them by our community. We do have a problem with homeless in San Clemente. We have had much discussion without action to provide a shelter for the homeless in our community. The problem has existed for at least 10 years without a solution in San Clemente. Months ago, the homeless were forming an encampment at North Beach near the railroad tracks in the parking lot. Quite disorganized and unsightly, and it got our attention. Our city government and police illegally were not able to remove them until there was a place to relocate them to. The camp on Pico next to the U-Haul store was started, somewhat better than the homeless sleeping near the railroad tracks at North Beach. There are boundaries, some rules, and some security. Definitely not a solution, but trying to solve our problem. This is temporary while a shelter or home in San Clemente is made ready to provide basic services. If you can't be a part of the solution, don't be a part of the problem. Thank you for your engagement and for working actively on this problem. Let us know how we can support you.
Thank you. Andrew Morrow, followed by CJ Reuter, followed by Nikki Magnuson.
Good evening. I want to echo a couple points I heard today. I'm here tonight as both a resident and a business owner. I want to echo, I think, a lot of good things that Rob said earlier. And I think what you heard from a couple business owners directly today and what I know will impact the business community, and I think a thriving source of our economy and our community here. It'll negatively impact real estate values. It'll negatively impact the desire of other businesses to locate here, for businesses to grow here, and for all those taxpayers and our ecosystem that's in place. And I, as a resident, and something I haven't heard tonight, I've heard safety mentioned. The Ridgeline Trail, which I don't know if everyone is aware, kind of snakes behind the business park. And that open land there is, I'm sure, already being camped in. But having this located up from where I think there's more public transportation access, the train access, and closer to the beach, but having it in the middle of the business community and within that project will ultimately bleed into and not only risk all those surrounding businesses and all those young kids that come directly across the street from that location, but all the homes behind the business park and that abut to the Ridgeline Trail. And I live right on the end where that trail opens up, and we have a very regular community of homeowners and people that come and enjoy that and use it daily. They're there to exercise, they're there with their family, they're there with their dogs, and I think it'll impose a huge threat to that, to the homeowners. And we all saw the fire that almost claimed a lot of properties here, and I think this would only increase the risk of that. And we don't have, I heard someone mention the police support in our own sheriff system is not equipped to handle that. I don't think our fire system is equipped to handle that. And I think you're opening up a huge can of worms. I think both short-term, long-term, there would be very negative effects to the community for safety, for businesses, and for homeowners, and I think families. So, thank you.
CJ Reuter, followed by Nikki Magnuson, and then Jeremiah Strom. Do we have CJ? Oh. Is Nikki Magnuson here? Folks, please keep it down so people can hear. Nikki Magnuson. Followed by Jeremiah Strom.
Hi, I'm here on behalf of Nikki Magnuson. She had to step out because her kids. So my name is Carrie Hampton, and I'm here on behalf of San Clemente Christian School. We are actually 5 buildings down from that location that you guys are talking about. And it's just a big concern as far as all the students that we'll be having from ages 4 to 11. And it's a big concern not only for myself and my children that attend this school, but for the other families as well. So I just would like you to say no to that, and just know all the issues that will be arising with prostitution, drugs, and other activities that you've seen in the past.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Jeremiah Strom, followed by Wendy Shrove. Is Mr. Strom here? Ms. Shrove? Wendy Shrove?
No wet shelter, no lease, no housing first model. If we
if we predict next 10 or 20 years with this Housing First model, we've skipped over the shelter requirement. Now the advocates for Housing First are just saying, put them right into permanent supportive housing. So our kids will still be paying to house folks who never got treated. There's no work requirement. We don't require sobriety. We're going to have a population that it could be productive and will be called permanently disabled. We're not helping these people with this Housing First model. I would like to see San Clemente dig in and say we're not going to support that, and to start a trend up here in Orange County like Solutions for Change has down in San Diego County. And let's go back to that RFP and fashion it in a way that reflects a model that actually helps people. Don't sign the lease tonight. Don't make plans for a shelter, but go back and say, this is what San Clemente is willing to do. And then maybe we can set a trend in this county that we don't perpetuate this Housing First model that doesn't help people, especially our locals. Thanks.
Thank you, Wendy. All right, so no more cards. We'll close public comment. Do we have a motion, discussion? We have a motion for discussion, I guess I should say.
I'll make a motion for some discussion.
Please.
I'd like to just make a few points about the RFP. It's clear, and we've learned more about the whole issue with homelessness and what helps and what doesn't. We got some great ideas tonight, but the shelter model that's frequently used in this RFP, as we've seen and heard, has done so with little success. So I'd like to see that go in a different direction, and also for us to just pay a little closer attention to the details when we do use another entity's RFP, because it did still have 200 beds in it, and Anaheim and a different address, so we got to be more careful when we borrow an RFP from another entity. And also, I'd love for our city, James, to do a little better outreach if we can, because I've heard from so many people that didn't even know they were an emergency shelter zone. So, and I know there's turnover, so maybe we can find a way to do a little better outreach to let people know that is the SB2 zone that was decided a few years ago. So that they know that this potentially can happen in the future. And then this lease that was on the agenda, I wasn't aware that folks weren't notified, but if we could just do a better job communicating to people so they're not surprised. I'm glad the folks that were here and spoke to that, found out about it last night. But we really do need to do that. And even our RSVP volunteers, they're more than happy to take flyers. I mean, they love to work, and they're happy taking flyers door to door if that's what we need for a few hundred businesses, and it's done in a couple hours. And then lastly, the gentleman who spoke, who lives at the campsite, I've talked to him at the campsite before. He's been there since day one, and he told me then he wants to work and do something for the city. So I'm not sure what the parameters are, and maybe that's something for our city attorney to say, but he and others, he said, really want to help and do some civic beautification. They want to be able to give back for the environment, the safe environment that we're providing them. So thank you, but I'm completely rejecting this tonight along with my fellow members, as they noted earlier. Thank you.
Do you want to make a motion in that regard?
Oh, yes, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Dan Bain. Here we are. Staff, I'll have to modify it, of course.
I think the motion could just simply be to reject all staff.
Okay, staff recommendation to reject all three recommendations by staff to reject the standard industrial commercial single-tenant lease for property located at 950 Calle Negocio for use as a temporary homeless shelter, and authorization for the release of a request for proposal for a shelter operator.
Second. All right, so we have a motion by Councilwoman Ferguson, second by Councilmember Ham. All in favor? Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. Please. Councilwoman Ward.
I just want to make a comment that a lot of comments were made today that were directly towards individuals, and I want to say that those comments are not comments of the City Council. They don't reflect our comments. I'd just like to have that clear.
Sure. So I just want to make a couple quick comments that obviously, as you can tell, this is a complex issue, and we've been working very hard on this. I know I spent a lot of time on this, talking to mayors, council members from Dana Point, San Juan Capistrano. So all the stuff that was said, we know, we take it to heart. There is a competing interest in terms of what do we do with the homeless that we have. And I think what you're hearing here is that we do want to do something for our homeless from San Clemente, that have ties to San Clemente. But the state of the law is such that we cannot guarantee that if we open a shelter, like Tustin or others, that we can limit it to the folks that we know we are responsible for. So that's the basis for the decision tonight, and we're going to work towards getting a definitive point where we can control the problem, address the problem on a regional basis so that we do not become the regional clearinghouse for all the homeless in Orange County. So I just want to make a couple of points that for the folks in the Rancho San Clemente Business Park, you have to understand, and I hope you educate yourself on, that you are in the SB2 zone. If somebody came tomorrow, a private entity, and pulled a permit for a shelter of 35 people or less anywhere in that park, there could be a shelter there, and there is nothing that you or the city can do about it by state law. So the notion that, you know, there are businesses, all that back there, we get that. We know everywhere in the city, somebody's business, their residence or otherwise, would be impacted. So I hope you all can now understand that the four of us on this dais, it's not a place that any of you, I sure could want to be, because it is a very difficult decision for all of us to address the needs, not just of the homeless, but of the business and community at large. And we're working very hard to do that, and we'll continue to do so. So this is not the last item you can expect to see on this particular issue. Thank you.
One last thing. I just think we should thank staff for all the work they did, both our city managers and Michael Johnston. This was a lot of work, and it gave us a good view of what it would be and how much it would cost, and I think that's a good thing for all of us to know.
So we have been at this for 2 hours. Can we take a 5-minute break for restroom? Stretch our legs. We bring the meeting back to order, please.
The next item on the agenda is consideration of establishing a standing committee on homelessness, and this was agendized at the request of Councilmember Ferguson to enable you to consider establishing a committee, and if you do, to establish the goals and membership for that committee.
So I'm going to make a motion off the bat to table this item in light of a lot of the comments that we received related to task force versus a committee and otherwise. So I'd like to take a look at that and have Councilwoman Ferguson and I circle back as a subcommittee and figure out what we want to actually present to the council, if that's acceptable. I have a second on my motion to table.
Second.
So a motion by me, second by Councilwoman Ferguson. Please.
The clarity, when do you think you're going to come back?
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
So the people won't speak.
Sure, so I know there are folks that wanted to speak on that, but until we get a chance to really iron that out, I think it's best to table it for now. So all in favor? Aye. Passes 4-0.
Out of that stack.
If anybody wanted to speak on that item and wants to speak on public comments, we will accommodate that.
Okay. The next item is contract amendment for homeless outreach services.
So good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So tonight before you, I have an amendment to the existing Mercy House outreach contract. And just to back up for a second, if the council recalls, in August of 2018, the city council contracted with Mercy House to do mobile outreach services at a cost of $74,000 a year. That contract is coming up to expiration at the end of August. However, as mentioned by some other public speakers, Mercy House has obtained HEAP grant monies from the county on behalf of a number of South Orange County cities. So we're not the only one that Mercy House got monies from HEAP to do. However, as the staff report notes, Mercy House only got 70% of their ask. So with that being said, they can't provide 100% of the services for the duration of the HEAP grant. So they came to all the cities and they said, you can either stay with 70% of your service level during the HEAP grant, or you can provide 30% more to get 100% of your service level. As the staff report indicates, we have not spent all of the money for the $74,000 that we, I'll say, appropriated in August of 2018. So we have sufficient contract balance to carry over to create 100% of that Mercy House contract for the whole fiscal year of July 1, 2019 to June 30th of 2020, and then from June 2020 to April of 2021. So that's kind of the period of time that Mercy House has with the outreach services grant via HEAP. And so with that, I'm going to pause because we have Mercy House here tonight that will do a quick presentation update with regards to their monthly statistics. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mercy House, and then I'll come back to answer any questions from council.
Good evening, Honorable Council. My name is Elizabeth Andrade. I'm the Chief Operations Director with Mercy House, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the work that we've been doing around outreach. We have been, quick note, Mercy House. Mercy House has existed for close to 30 years. We'll be celebrating our 30th year next year. We do, as an agency, provide a vast array of resources for housing and have augmented those resources with also operating shelters throughout the county, both city-specific as well as county-operated and managed, as well as with outreach. And so really creating a comprehensive array of services and a full continuum of care, from street outreach into potentially shelter, and then out into housing and support services that wrap around them to ensure that they don't only gain access to housing, but maintain that housing option. And so I will share with you some statistics. We have been in your city since September of 2018. We have supported the outreach efforts in conjunction with the Sheriff's Department. It is a dual model approach in which we are scheduling our staff, our Mercy House trained staff, to go out with the Sheriff's Department and engage with those experiencing homelessness. The way that we measure our activities and how we provide that outreach is by the number of people that we engage with. And so an engagement can be a conversation about what their current needs are, what their current situation they're experiencing, what are their options for housing, can we support them in any way to move them towards exploring a housing option. And since September until June of 2019, we have worked with 80 individuals. Of those 80 individuals, 43 self-reported that they were from San Clemente or had family in the city of San Clemente. The number of those services provided to the outreach workers directly were 32 direct services. And so the way that we measure our outcomes with outreach specifically, as much as we want to house everybody that's on this that's experiencing homelessness, and that's our mission, the way that we measure success in outreach is moving them off the streets. And so moving them off the streets could be temporarily into shelter. It could be into a transitional housing setting. It could be immediately into housing. We have had some success in that, providing them with what we call rapid rehousing, which is short-term rental assistance and housing identification support, as well as treatment. We have seen some of the individuals engage with wanting treatment, and we've been able to successfully link them to that option. The number of collective services and engagement, this is a total number, and it does include some individuals who have received multiple services, is 112. And then one of our main services that we offer is transportation. In order for them to connect to the services that they need, we do feel that transportation is critical, and so we've provided 31 opportunities for people to be transported to those locations. And so that's our data update. This information and this data is provided to you on a monthly basis, and we will continue to do so. And at this point, I'll pause and take any specific questions that you have.
I have a question.
Sure.
So do you continue to track the people that you assist, say the ones that you've placed into rental housing or transitional housing? Do you track them throughout to see if they relapsed back into homelessness?
Yes.
Or moved on to some other type of housing or jobs?
Yes. So part of our coordination, not only with the South County cities, but also within being a partner with the county, is that we do enter the information into what we call the Homeless Management Information System. It's a database that tracks not only outreach services, but also any case management that they receive, any housing support, rental, or case management. And so if somebody goes through any of the county engaged services, they're tracked in that, we're recording that information in that database. And so if they fall out of housing and reemerge into another program, we're able to be notified. We identify them. Okay. So we do keep close record.
And you keep the records on, say, where their place of origin is? Like, could you tell us at our campsite that we have to help the homeless, could you tell us maybe the percentage that are from somewhere else or from San Clemente, or are you unable to do that?
So it is important to make the distinction that our contract, our Mercy House contract, is for outreach. And so although some of the people that we are engaging with choose to be at the campsite at night, our focus is the entire city of San Clemente. And so the statistics that I provided you with tonight include through the end of June, and they do depict those that are identifying as San Clemente residents.
Okay, perfect. All right. Thank you.
Of course.
There was a comment earlier from a resident that they had called Mercy House and you couldn't give them any information. So I just want to clarify, I think because you are our contractor and this is somewhat private with the individuals that you're dealing with, until you bring a presentation like you did tonight, and I think you did a few months ago, that's when you will give updates.
We do, and we are an agency that values data. And so I did connect with the resident of San Clemente who did present that comment. We strive to continue to improve. We are not perfect. I will not tell you that we are, but we do want to provide that information. And so if at any point in time somebody does reach out and request that information, we're not able to give specific client level information, nor will we break that HIPAA compliance, but we will provide general statistics as to referring them back to the last update that we provided the city.
Thank you for
Of course.
clarifying that.
Any other questions?
Thank you for your time.
So with that, that concludes the staff report. I stand ready to answer any questions. Otherwise, if you want to turn it over to public comments and then deliberate thereafter.
So I have just a quick question. So, sorry, Kathy, did you? So we're not expending any additional funds that weren't already allocated to this last time?
That is correct.
Okay. If we wanted to utilize a different outreach group, could we do that based on the contract that we have with Mercy House?
So the monies that Mercy House was granted via the HEAPs was to Mercy House. So we don't have access to that money. It's with Mercy House. So I'd have to kind of go back and look at the HEAP requirements as it relates to Mercy House. But I'm pretty confident to say that they wouldn't give us the money because it's for them for mobile outreach services in South Orange County. So if you wanted to not approve this amendment and not continue with HEAP, you could always go to another provider, but then there would be new dollars that would be needed or the leftover dollars from the previous contract that could be applied.
Yeah, that's what I want to understand before we get comments about canceling the contract, is that we'd have to then utilize our own funds going forward instead of the funds that were previously allocated and the HEAP funds that were granted from the county.
That is correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any questions otherwise? So first speaker is going to be Rachel Ashton, followed by Brad Malamud, and then Pat Davis.
Thank you. I am going to speak very briefly. Despite the pretty PowerPoint presentation we've had here, I strongly oppose continuing a relationship with Mercy House. I don't feel that they have clearly demonstrated any efficacy or diligence in performing the duties they've been contracted for. Thank you. Side note, I also would just throw out there that I am equally opposed to the city continuing a relationship or financial support to FAM, and I would really hate to see us get in bed with Friendship Shelter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brad Malamud, followed by Pat Davis.
Thank you, Dan. Here's a situation, and it's a theme I'm going to tell you all night long. This agenda item has no contract attached. Dan's question was a great question, who pays what and when, but we don't have the contract. This thing has to be turned down, if for no other reason than you don't have the information. Eric doesn't know it, you don't know it, James doesn't know it, nobody knows it, because the staff didn't put this contract for us to look at. Number two, there are no results. Those aren't results. That was $3,000 per person to assist them one time. It was $1,000 per person to transport somebody. No, actually $3,000 to transport. These aren't results. Results are changes to people's lives. Transporting somebody or assisting isn't changes. This group simply isn't qualified, from what I can tell, to do outreach. They're great at housing, but outreach is a whole different world. And anyways, outreach can be done by charities for no cost. This city shouldn't be paying for outreach. That's nonsense on the first order. And I just got to say, the person seemed great. Eric's always given us a good report. But we just can't keep spending money. If this is free, if somebody else is paying for it, I don't care what you do. But if one penny of San Clemente is being used for this, let's say no tonight. And if you don't know the answer to that, let's say no tonight or table it until you do know. And I'm going to say to you, Dan, you asked a great question. Why isn't that contract in front of you tonight? How are you expected to vote on something when you don't even have the contract to look at? And that's the problem I'm going to tell you over and over again tonight. You're being asked to spend $2 million without a contract tonight. You're being asked to spend, I don't know, $50,000 without a contract. What kind of city is it? What kind of city are we living in where you expect us to approve you voting for money to be expended when we have no budget surplus and we don't even have the contract to look at? We deserve better. We deserve a lot better from this staff and this council. We need to make a rule, and you need to do it tonight, council, that you won't approve any contract unless it's in front of the staff, of the city residents and the council for review, and this one isn't. And if people claim they have results, give us results, not some amorphous table that says we had 31 transportations, we had 32 assists. What is that? What are they transporting? To the CVS? To the hospital? We don't even know. They could have been, and we could get, for $1,000 a piece, we can use Uber and Link. And we don't have to spend, let's see, 31 into 75,000. The final thing is, Eric says there's no increase. I think if you look at your report, it says there's a $40,000 request for an increase from the current 70-something thousand, and then it says we need to spend an additional 40,000. Before you vote, please clarify that issue and see if any of that 40,000 is coming from us. I only leave you with this: vote no, and if you vote yes, make sure that yes vote is a no vote to any city expenditures.
If you want.
So I just want to clarify some of the comments that Brad just made, because just doing the basic math on it, you said there's 31 transportations, cost $3,000 per transportation. That's $91,000, which is, okay, well, $2,500 is still over the ask for the total amount for this year and last year. And then it states on the first fiscal impact, it states right here that this money is coming from HEAT grant money, and the unspent money from the 2018-19 contract that they didn't use is being applied to the difference for today. So it actually answers the two questions that you outlined in your speech this evening. So thanks for bringing those up so we could clarify them through the staff report, but it's all right here on page 1.
Ms. Davis, followed by Rick Leffler.
Good evening. My name is Pat Davis. I do live in Anaheim, but I've spent quite a bit of time down here in South County, San Clemente in particular. And I think we have some strange bedfellows in disagreeing or calling this to question with this contract with Mercy House. Part of the issue that I've seen being in camp, being in the community, is how they engage folks or not. Relationship building requires contact. It requires approaching folks. It requires knowing names. And of the times I've been in camp and folks have arrived from Mercy House, and that's been more than a few, there's no connection, there's no contact. I hope on the street it's better. I haven't followed them around on the streets, but that does trouble me. The one thing that if you're going to get your money's worth out of Mercy House is that they should be entering everybody in that camp in the homeless management information system. Mercy House has access to that. Someone earlier asked, knowing who's in camp, you have every right to know who's in camp. They want you to know they're in camp. They want help. So to not be collecting that kind of information through at least this minimal outreach is probably not the best use of your money. Yes, more on the return. I did do some of the math, as did this gentleman. A little surprising, because I could drive a few people around for that. And again, I go back to, and you passed over that last task force bid or standing committee, I do think that everything you do in this city's got to be relationship-based. You have some pretty amazing people in camp, you have some troubled souls in camp, and your community is in a pretty much of a disarray over this whole thing. So I hope that Make the Service Bride be one of those menders. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Next is Rick Leffler.
Yeah, just real quick, the only experience I've had is secondhand knowledge of FAM and Mercy House, and I haven't heard any good results. I've seen at your town hall meeting, they had an intervention there, and was it, I don't know, I think it was Mercy House that went in and they ended up putting some poor woman victim in a hotel for a couple of days and then left her, and that was that. So I don't know, the statistics up there are just statistics. I can put any kind of statistics up there. The main thing here is there all are alternatives, and we need to look at alternatives. I have personal knowledge of solutions for a change. Paul Webster, who spoke here, I have a personal connection with him that started 15 years ago through my wife, who worked for Daryl Issa. She vouches for him. I think I can vouch for him. I didn't know they worked in Orange County. I've seen what they've done down in San Diego, and it's pretty remarkable. They have ties with grant money. They know how to work with the ACLU, not against the ACLU, to make them happy. They avoid lawsuits. And I'd like to set up a meeting with Laura, Dan, or anybody who wants to, would like to speak to Paul, and he could show you some real alternatives to what we're getting. I think our money could be better spent. Let's look at it. There are alternatives. Thank you.
I have no more cards, so we'll close comment on that item. Any comments from the dais or further questions?
Well, about the contract, I've seen the contract because I've requested from James the contract, so I've read the Mercy House contract, but so it didn't even dawn on me it wasn't attached, so I know what it says. We do really need to get in a habit of attaching our professional services agreements and contracts to our reports so we're transparent and people know what we're entering into with the reports.
So I have a more basic question. I mean, I do want answers to the questions I have because I do have concerns about what we're getting out of Mercy House right now. I mean, we've asked for updates repeatedly about outreach efforts, and I appreciate the PowerPoint, but, you know, if we're not bound with that money, I mean, I'm all for using free money if we can. But if we can continue this item to the 3rd and look at like what we can do with the money, can we devote it to someone else, like a Solutions for Change or otherwise who can do outreach, I'd be interested in taking a look at that. Unless we've got, and look, I'm not going to talk, Mercy House I'm sure does a great job, I just think that they are stretched very thin all over the county, and so I'd just be interested to know what other options we have before we commit to this contract. If this is the best we can do and the money is free and we can't allocate it anywhere else, then I think it's a no-brainer, we go forward. But you know, can we answer that tonight? If not, then I think we should continue this for
I think I can
2
answer
weeks.
it, and she can support me on this, that you would need to do the amendment to allow them to continue with the outreach services via the HEAP grant monies. But if you choose to hold back on taking the 40,000 and some change from the current contract over, basically what you'll be doing is contracting with them at 70% service level based on the HEAP grants, supplementing that. And then if staff chooses to come back at a later date with council to either add the 40,000 or not, but at least the amendment to continue with their outreach services under the HEAP grant at 70% service level.
So that would be acceptable to me, frankly, because that's 2 weeks' time, right? And I want to look at what other options we have, because if Solutions for Change, for example, is willing to go and sort of devote resources to this, to interview them, then I'd be interested in looking at that. So I have no idea if that's possible or if that's even a good idea, but I think for 2 weeks here at 70% levels, we can entertain that. Any question? All right.
Wait, hold on one second, just a little more discussion. First of all, Eric, the people that are in the camp, the city is taking, we know who the people are, and their city of origin.
So-
Do we not?
Let me answer it a couple of different ways, because I know there was also a question from a public comment about Mercy House getting everybody that's in the campsite registered into the HMIS system. So keeping in mind that an individual has to voluntarily cooperate with an outreach service provider, regardless of who it is. So as some of the other statistics were shown tonight, we have service-resistant individuals who don't want to engage those services. So with that being said, they won't get logged into the HMIS system, but part of the persistence of the outreach workers is to continually, talk to them and establish trust so that that person then feels comfortable for the next step. So with that being said, when we did the cleanup roughly 3 weeks ago, when we brought everybody back in, we did the best that we could to understand who the individuals were and where their last city of residency was. But there's nothing that is legal, there's nothing legal we can do to require that information, because we're treating it like a public campground. So there's a little bit of that issue where we can't force them to give us all of their information if they don't want to. And so the last, inventory of individuals there, we got pretty accurate information, not 100%, but the most that we've had to date. But since then, we've had more people come to the campsite, and we're getting their names, but some people don't provide us with their real names. They give us a nickname, and so forth. And so we have, we have good data, not great data. I hope that answers your question, Councilmember Ward.
I think it does. As far as, is it a bad thing to have multiple providers? We've had other people working in our city trying to help homeless, and some of the public didn't like seeing another provider, but in looking at those providers, they had good backers such as Mission Hospital.
So there's nothing preventing any faith-based organization or nonprofit from going in the campsite and engaging the campers. There's nothing. So I know that we have other faith-based groups that are going out there and engaging the campers and trying to also help them. So I would say that we already have a little bit of that going on now. I know, for instance, we're working with Heritage Church, who's providing shower services for individuals who want showers at their site. And so for those that want to go to Heritage, they get transported via Heritage, and they go to Heritage, take a shower, and Heritage meets with those individuals as they're waiting in the queue to take a shower. So then Heritage talks to them and tries to offer them some types of services. That's just one of a number of different organizations that do go out there. I know we have a church group that goes out for Bible study every morning and provides like a breakfast to them who wants to do like a Bible study in the morning. So there's nothing that prevents it. The key is obviously having an outreach coordinator who's connected to the County of Orange Continuum of Care program. So that's one of the keys there, because the Continuum of Care program is the board that governs who gets beds. And as we've talked about in the presentation tonight with Mercy House, we've had some individuals who've gotten permanent supportive housing or other types of thing, and it's been through that continuum of care with the county. So once they're logged into the HMIS system, then they get prioritized by the continuum of care in terms of, the goal is the one that needs the bed the most is at the top of the list in theory, right? So, these individuals are in essence competing with all the other individuals in the continuum of care, but that coordinated reentry program with the county is kind of key for getting them into beds.
Okay. So that's one of my issues that I think we have to be careful with, is we have to stay within the county and be careful with that. And one of the things we're trying to do is have this be a regional solution, and the region is the county. So let's keep that in mind too. I don't mind hearing from someone else, but I don't know that we should throw out Mercy House, who has a relationship and has been in business for 30 years in the county. So that's just one of my comments.
Chris, go ahead. Yeah, Kathy, I think you make a great point. I think Dan has a good middle ground that we're going to get to hopefully here soon. But I think the biggest thing to remember is if Mercy House is able to help one person and you live in Sea Summit, and that one person was one of the major detractors of living in Sea Summit, that's going to be something that you're going to want. So until we can figure out whether we can contract with someone else or if there is someone else, I think we should move forward on the 70% and see what staff can find us.
So final question, we put it to bed. Is this an at-will contract, or can we not terminate it through the end of the term?
Well, I believe you have a termination clause, but again, I just give the cautionary.
For what basis, though?
I think we can walk for a 30-day notice to Mercy House.
Are we confident in that? Because if so, then we can approve this amendment and I can cancel it on 30 days' notice if we decide to do so later on, right?
I'd have to, I can go look if you want me to. I'm fairly confident that there's an out clause with that. The only thing that I want to speak specifically to is the forfeiting of the house.
All right, so let's do this. Let's go with my initial middle ground proposal, and let's fund it at 70%, and I want this item back in 2 weeks with the contract so we can take a look at it and some potential other options. So, do that? Make a motion to do that? Second. All right, motion by me, second by Councilmember Ham. All in favor? Aye. Passes 4-0.
And next is the second reading of Ordinance 1676 relating to prohibiting camping on public property.
All right, so no staff presentation. So first speaker is going to be Rachel Ashton, followed by Mark Richard Daniels. So to item what? Okay. E. All right, so Mark Richard Daniels, followed by Mark Moore, followed by Jenny Yoon.
Ease.
Is Mr. Daniels here? Okay.
Mark Richard Daniels, Anaheim, California. And I just wanted to point out the fact that this is the new normal. The homeless issue is going to be with us for a long time. As long as we dodge it, as long as we look the other way, as long as we keep passing it down the road, it's always going to be here. This is a man-made disaster of epic proportions. And if we keep just dodging it or kind of pacify it and just kind of move it along, you're always going to be stuck with it. It's always going to be there in the morning when you wake up. It's going to be there at night when you go to sleep. So you have to address this issue. You have to be diligent. You have to get to the county, because the county is basically, it's like the wax museum going to a board of supervisors meeting. They are basically just, I don't know, basically worthless. So you're going to have to somehow get with them to help your city. You're going to have to get with the state, because this is not going to go away. This will be here tomorrow. It's compounding. It's moving. It's every day. It's even more than what it was yesterday. So please don't think that just you do a few little things here and there. And Mercy House is a loser, so stay away from Mercy House.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels. Next is Mark Maurer, and then Jenny Yoon, followed by Bill Hart.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council. I'll try to be more brief than I was last time. First of all, I want to congratulate you on a wise decision, I think, on the previous question. I don't want to speak against my previous points. My position is still that the camp is not a great idea. But it appeared to me that in the ordinance that created the camp, 1674, made conclusions that it was exempt from CEQA. I don't know how that's possible. In Section 7 of that ordinance, it said the ordinance is not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. An activity does not require environmental review under CEQA unless the activity has potential to cause a significant effect on the environment. A project is thus exempt from CEQA where it can be seen with certainty that there is no possibility that the activity in question may have a significant impact or effect on the environment. I would submit that the camp had a significant effect on the environment and should have been subject to an EIR. Subsequently, then 1676, which terminates 1674 at a date certain, should undergo the same kind of activity. Again, even though we've now gotten rid of Calle Negocio, you're going to move it somewhere, and you're going to have that effect. So if you've got this termination in effect without having an environmental review for the consequences thereafter, I think you're running afoul of CEQA. I don't envy your position at all. I know that the judges are making it difficult everywhere for this problem. My family owns a building in Tustin, and then when they cleared the riverbed, we've experienced break-ins. We had people defecate on the side of the building. The cop told me I needed a sign that said, "Don't defecate on the side of the building." So, I mean, it's really tough, and I don't envy it. But my point is that the process should still not be circumvented. I know I've been long on criticism and light on solutions, but the same tools that cities often use to prevent landowners from improving their land that would be contrary to people's wishes should be invoked on the city to prevent the city from doing operations or creating something that again is against the people's wishes. I think that's what CEQA was for, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Jenny Yoon, followed by Bill Hart.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Yoon, and I'm a resident of Sea Summit. 3 months ago, you voted to locate a homeless tent encampment directly across the street from Sea Summit. It is 150 feet from our homes and from Pico Park, where many children from San Clemente play. Not just our community, not just our neighborhood. Since then, our community has seen a dramatic increase in crime, violence, harassment, trash, drug use, and alcohol abuse. The tent encampment on Pico is a rave, it's a party, and it's a fight every night that ends with the call to the sheriff. Putting the tent city next to the ocean and a liquor store has resulted in attracting more vagrants from other parts of the country, state, and county. There have been people at that camp from Missouri, Oklahoma, and Ohio, and tonight someone said there was someone from Arizona. There are Facebook pages for Irvine and Dana Point urging their residents to dump their homeless on San Clemente because we have a tent site. There are homeless men from LA with their pants halfway down, hanging around the 7-Elevens and passed out on the sidewalks. I have a 5-year-old daughter. She cannot be seeing these things. We can't even drive our cars at night by the tent encampment for fear that the drugged-up vagrants will surround our cars like they did on the night of July 28th. The tent encampment is not safe for the community or for the people in the camp. I think you've heard from people in the camp that say that it's not safe. This is a city-sanctioned lawlessness that's going on and is opening you up to all kinds of legal liability. I urge you to shut the Pico tent encampment down or move it to an area away from the homes, playgrounds, liquor stores, and the ocean. In addition, I would urge you to start examining ways to get your own police force. While I hold the men and women of the OCSD in the highest regard, it is clear that their hands are tied by the Orange County supervisors who have acted with reckless disregard towards not only San Clemente, but all the taxpaying citizens of Orange County. I urge you, this madness needs to stop. Thank you.
And next is Bill Hart.
I am angry tonight. A bunch of people in yellow shirts showed up in our town and tried to lecture us as to how to cure homelessness in Orange County. It is not the job of San Clemente to cure homelessness in Orange County. Those people are not our friends. Those people sue us to try and shut down a campground, move people back down to North Beach, and their goal is what? To create chaos? These people are our enemies. The enemies of San Clemente are back there in the back row. The entire conversation tonight has become inverted. It has become inverted. People have come to you with ideas on how to best treat homelessness and cure homelessness. There are nearly 65,000 people in this town. There, by our best accounts, 150 homeless, of which 50, a third of them, we've already provided for decent accommodations, which I think is a pretty good record considering the population we're dealing with. But what the 65,000 people want is law and order. The folks in Sea Summit want law and order. Now, I really only have two recommendations. Number one, let's set a goal. And the goal is to bring order back to San Clemente. Okay? That is the end result that we want. Okay? We work backwards from that goal. And that is whatever we have to do to unshackle our police services, do it. If we have to do something other than our police services, we might want to consider it. Okay? I don't know what it is. Campground rangers. Okay? They don't have to be in an OCSD uniform if the OCSD doesn't want to do the job. And all respect to Lieutenant Manhart, because I know this isn't on him. This is coming down from Sheriff Barnes and from our esteemed county supervisor, Lisa Bartlett. I say that with the utmost contempt. Let's set an objective and work backwards as to what it's going to require for those objectives. And for all the other people who have great intentions and wonderful feelings about homelessness, that's great. Along the way, we might be able to help some of those homeless people. And I'm all for that, the ones who want to be helped. Okay?
Thank you, Bill. We'll close Public comment, is there a motion for consideration?
We don't have to read the entire, okay, good. I'll move that we adopt staff recommendation to adopt ordinance number 1677 entitled An Ordinance of the City's Council of the City of San Clemente, adding section 8.86.050 to the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to rules for transitional camps. Did I? Yeah, that was wrong. So, all right. I think I got it. So, sorry about that. Adopt ordinance number 1676 entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente amending ordinance number 1674, finding that exigent circumstances relating to immediate threats to the public health, safety, and welfare require amendment to ordinance number 1674 relating to enforcement of the provisions of San Clemente Municipal Code, Chapter 8.86, prohibiting camping on public property except as permitted herein.
Second. Motion by Councilmember Ward, second by me. All in favor? Aye. Joanne, just real quick, couple comments. Public safety has been a huge priority for us, which is exactly why we put the camp in place, which is why we adopted camp rules by ordinance and why we've asked that they be enforced. So we get what's going on at the camp. We're doing the best we can with a bad situation in terms of the law. The alternative for all the folks that were clapping about closing down the camp is to let them go back to wherever they want, which we could do. That's not ever going to be an acceptable option for me, because that is lawlessness, that is anarchy, and I'm not going to be okay with that. So we are working towards, folks, please, we are working towards solutions. We meet with folks weekly. We've taken the lead in the litigation regarding this issue. We've asked for interpretations of these legal issues, and I can tell you, I've read Martin v. Boise 55 plus times. It is not a work of art by any stretch, and what it's done to local agencies is forced us to do things without any guidance whatsoever regarding enforcement and otherwise. So if you're frustrated, imagine how the four of us are trying to figure out how to make this work. So give us time, be patient. We're doing our best with the camp. We have other ideas of things to do there, but it takes time. So if you give us that, I promise we'll get to a place where everybody's equally unhappy.
I just want to echo what Dan said. You made some pretty difficult statements there, Dan, and I support you in all those statements, so thank you.
And someone mentioned the park rangers. James, is that someone we could utilize, our park rangers, for the campsite enforcement of rules? Oh, I'm sorry, we have our own park ranger city, that's their title, the park rangers. They park monitors, they're being retitled, I believe, tonight, right, James, as the
Yes.
park rangers. Thank you.
So we have our code enforcement officers and our park rangers that can enforce certain aspects of the camp rules and everything. I think what we need to remember and what our plan was is kind of similar to what Tustin and Costa Mesa did. And Tustin and Costa Mesa with their shelters, if you're in the shelter and you misbehave and you can't live by the shelter rules, then you're evicted from the shelter, and then those homeless people are then, the camping ordinance is enforced on them, and they're no longer allowed to camp within the city of Tustin or the city of Costa Mesa. So part of our plan was to adopt the camp rules and enforce them and evict people from the camp. And we thought that, you know, it was similar to what Tustin and Costa Mesa was, and we thought that once they were evicted from the campground, then we would be able to go and enforce our anti-camping ordinance. But again, we've run into some roadblocks with that idea with our partner agencies, and we can't do that. So, and you know, the Sheriff's Department and I have had conversations about what they're willing to enforce and what they think the city should enforce. But the bottom line is, if I evict someone from the campground, the Sheriff's Department and Lieutenant Manhart said this in a meeting with 12 residents and Mayor Pro Tem Bain there, that if we evict someone from the campground, they want they want the city to provide the name and birth date of that camper, so that when they come upon that camper at North Beach or someplace else within the city, then they're just going to leave them be. So yes, we can enforce to a point, but we can't, if we evict from the campground, then we're right where we were.
Right, well, yeah, my point, thank you for that. That's a great example of why they can continue people can continue camping if they're out. But the park rangers, code enforcement can just be helpful in keeping the order. I voted against this originally because, I don't believe we can have punitive results from somebody who's not obeying rules of public land, a park that's no different from a park down the street that not everybody has to follow those rules. It's just applicable to those on our public land right there on the park site. So I get that, but I just think more the park rangers or code enforcement can at least go in, because order is important. It's important for the safety of all in there and the residents' peace and quiet. It's important that 10 o'clock there's no more noise so people can sleep until whatever time in the morning people get up for work. So if that's, and I think we chatted about that last week, that
Yes,
you're actually on that.
Code enforcement is spending a lot of time in the campground, and then the park rangers will be too.
And that could be effective. Okay, thank you, James.
Mayor Pro Tem, before we proceed, just a procedural item. I noticed that because we put the homeless items first, we actually have not made the motion waiving the full reading of resolutions and ordinances. So if we could do that and then maybe redo the one we just did.
Yeah, I'll make a motion waiving full reading of ordinances.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Passes 4-0.
Anybody wants to go back still? Okay, I'll go back real quick. I move that we adopt ordinance number 1676, entitled an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente amending ordinance number 1674, finding that exigent circumstances relating to the immediate threats to the public health, safety, and welfare require amendment to ordinance number 1674 relating to enforcement of the provisions of San Clemente Municipal Code, Chapter 8.86, prohibiting camping on public property except as permitted herein.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Passes 4-0. So E.
E is the second reading of ordinance number 1677 concerning rules for transitional camps.
All right. First up is Joshua Collins. Second up is Rachel Ashton, followed by Kathy Dominichini.
Not sure.
Mr. Collins?
Hello, my name is Joshua Collins. I'm the founder of Homeless Advocates for Christ on Facebook. And I lived over 10 years with the homeless as part of my ministry. I'm actually an ex-mathematics instructor. And I learned a lot about what it's like to be homeless, to experience the discrimination sometimes. But getting to this camp situation here, rules for transitional camps, I think there's a false narrative going around that the advocates don't want any rules. We want to see lawlessness, and that's a lie. That's not what I want. I want to see people get sober. I actually run recovery meetings. I try to get people connected to sober living homes, and that's, I think, what this camp could actually be is a transition point, right? It says rules for transitional camps. So if we want people to transition from maybe an addiction to sobriety, we have to make sure we bring in those resources that'll help them to do that, right? So if we just let them sit there and linger, nothing's going to change in their life. So I just want to encourage the council to really work to make that happen. And of course, Jesus says, love your neighbor as yourself. And when you do that, you don't want to see your neighbor die in addiction, right? And I have my friends, some of my homeless friends that have actually, right now one's in the hospital. His heart's at about maybe 13%, just because of the drugs, that he wouldn't quit doing. And it's sad to see that. And I, as an advocate, don't want that to happen to anybody. And I work to try to bring change in people's lives. And of course, we fight for affordable housing. The rents are so high, a lot of times people can't afford it, and that just brings them into a lot more stress, and sometimes it'll drive them to addiction. So I just want to encourage, of course, the council to remember also we have this great opioid situation as well, and that's why we have a lot of people addicted. It's true, but we can do more to help people out of that. I think if we show a lot of grace also to people, a lot of love, people one thing I know is we've all sinned. We all need forgiveness from God, right? Whether we lied or lusted or whatever it is, it's a sin. We all need that forgiveness. And the more you realize how much forgiveness you need, it's easier for you to show forgiveness and grace to other people. And that's something I also try to do. You know, when I see someone that's addicted to something, I look at them and say, well, I'm not any better than them. You know, I still have my own struggles. I'm not perfect myself. And when you realize that, it helps you to be a little more graceful to other people. We're realizing that you deserve hell too. You know, you sinned. We all deserve hell. And Jesus died for us so we don't have to go to hell. Not because we were so good, but because he was so good for us, to us, you know, those that believe. So remember that, you know, and don't put yourself on a pedestal. I'm so much better than them, because that's a lie from the devil. You know, we've all sinned.
Mr. Collins, can you
None of
tie
us are any better.
this to our rules at the lot, please?
So, but the thing is, yes, I want, like I said, rules. It's a good thing, and I think we should support that and bring those services in there and make that change for people.
Thank you. Next is Rachel Ashton, followed by Kathy Dominiccini, and then Terry Rousseau.
Good evening. My name's Rachel Ashton. I was born and raised in San Clemente. I went to Concordia, Short Cliffs Junior High, and San Clemente High School. My family has multiple generations in the city. I do business here as a local realtor. I'm a mother and one of San Clemente's proud daughters. With this history in mind, I am here to speak about the current conditions in our city and the rules for the camp. To say I am disgusted is an understatement. To say that I feel disenfranchised is an understatement. And to say that I do feel determined is also an understatement. San Clemente is no longer known as the village by the sea. We are known as a homeless haven overrun with vagrants, drug addicts, and criminals. The spectacle at North Beach, Pico, Del Mar, and on any given day throughout the city has confirmed the worst to any who visit or reside here. This impacts tourism, local businesses, and property values, not to mention the quality of life for the hardworking, tax-paying citizens who are the financial backbone of this city. There has been an exodus of good people from our town as the lawless situation has become unbearable. In my business, I've had clients who initially wished to move here to San Clemente, but after learning of our reputation as part of the Rehab Riviera and seeing with their own eyes the drugged out, aggressive vagrants throughout our town, the obvious lack of law enforcement, they opted for different cities. Know that my statements are not directed at Lieutenant Manhart or any of the deputies who serve our community, because I have tremendous respect and gratitude for all that they do, especially with their hands tied. However, the OC Sheriff Supervisors have issued a non-enforcement directives with regard to homelessness and the many criminal behaviors of the current vagrant population, and they refuse to enforce the camp rules. These are reckless policies which put the safety of every citizen in jeopardy, and we do not accept this. If this policy within the Sheriff's Department is not reversed, and if all our laws are not enforced, we as a city must end our relationship with them and reinstate our City of San Clemente Police Department. The policies and actions of the OC Sheriff's Department and even some of the actions of this City Council have been to bend to pressure from advocate groups and enablers who filed frivolous lawsuits. I understand this is an attempt to avoid financial loss in court. However, I would like to point out that the long-term economic loss which San Clemente has and will continue to witness due to vagrants engaging in criminal activities with little or no law enforcement will have a far greater negative financial impact on the city for decades to come. Take a stand, challenge the OC Sheriff Department's interpretation of Martin versus Boise, because until we have the full cooperation of law enforcement, opening a city shelter or a camp should not even be considered. No toll road, no shelter, no camp, no land grab, excuse me, and thank you.
Kathy Dominiccini, followed by Terry Rousseau, Doug Schaff.
Okay, we good here? I want to discuss the rules down at the camp, and I went in and spoke with Eric's son regarding how the camp is being run, because I became aware that there was a lot of bad information and misinformation about what the citizens of this town were expecting, and myself included. I did not know that it was being run like a park. I thought it was going to have more guidelines, more security, more intake processes. And I understand this is probably from a legal point of view, so I thought there was a curfew, the camp would be closed at night. I was told that was not so. And so given that, I thought, wow, how many people don't know that? I think there were a lot of people who thought it was going to, we know it can't be run exactly like a shelter, but I myself thought there would be more order within the lot. And so I would ask that we, within the legal parameters, have more kinds of processes, like the security guard. We have one security guard. I go there. They're good guys, but he's sitting in his car. He's got a little list of who's there. It's not very organized, and this bothers me. And I work in this industry. I work with the chronically homeless, and I think this is a great opportunity to capture these individuals, to capture their data, talk to them, relationship build, and again, move them on to something better in their lives that they would like. So I'm asking that also, that there is a better form of communication regarding decisions and the way that the city is running the current camp, because I find it very difficult to, who do I go to find out clear information. I think this is important, especially in this day and age of social media. And is it Eric's son? Is it Mercy House? Who is it? And I think most people here would appreciate a report or something of that nature, how many exact people are there, just some of the nuts and bolts. And I would like to see a curfew. The gates, from my knowledge, are not closed. I mean, you have to have a safety, way to get out of there, but it's not fair to treat it simply like a park without certain parameters. So I hope you can legally come up with some tighter parameters for that area. Thank you.
Hey, Kathy. Next is Terry Rousseau. Terry.
Hi, you guys. Thanks for giving us this venue to voice our opinions. I'm Terry Rousseau. I've lived in San Clemente for almost 10 years. This is my first visit to a city council meeting, and this is my first time talking. If you had ever asked me if I would rather talk in public or swim in a shark tank naked, I would probably take the later, so bear with me. I'm going to try to come to. I just have some ideas that I've been formulating with neighbors and people on Facebook, San Clemente Life, for some of the rules and how we can handle the campers at the campground. So I don't pretend to know the laws purporting to those, but maybe we could come together as a city and declare a state of emergency of some sort that would allow us to have a little bit more accountability of the people who are coming into our camp. My suggestion, one, is that when a person does come to the camp, I know that whoever is, kind of helping or running the camp takes their name and asks where they're from. I mean, if we could add in a registration process where you take their name, you get their picture, and you get a kind of a census of their property, including vehicles, bicycles, pets, and you take a picture of those things as well so that they can be cross-referenced in case somebody is looking for those to begin with. And then down the road, if somebody shows up with an animal, say a Siamese cat, that you can actually document that that person did not have that animal or that property or that bike when they got there. That's my suggestion.
Thank you. Mr. Schaaf.
Two very quick points. One of the rules that is stated in the rules as passed is that the tents are supposed to come down at 9 in the morning and go up at 5 p.m. I would like the council to tell us how they're going to enforce that if they intend to. And I don't think it necessarily requires a sheriff. I think we could have city personnel go in and take down the tent, tell them they have to take down the tents in the morning and put them up in the evening. Secondly, I don't understand why we can't have a curfew from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., no in and out privileges. You want to be in there, it's a privilege. You come in at 10 o'clock and you stay in until 6 in the morning and you can't come in and out. Thank you.
I just want to clarify that rule that was brought up. It's item E, number 2. It states specifically, tents may be erected between the hours of 5 and 10 daily. So it doesn't say that they have to come down. It just says that's the time at which they can be established.
Oh, my rule sheet says tents may only be erected between the hours of 5 p.m. and 10 a.m. daily. I must have a different version.
This is page 2 of the staff report.
This is off the website.
Oh, this is the one that's in this
Okay, well, they're not in sync. We better check that out.
Oh, well, we'll figure that out.
Any other comments, questions, a motion? I'll make a motion. Yeah, I'll make a motion that we approve ordinance number 1677, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of San Clemente adding sections 8.86050 to the San Clemente Municipal Code relating to rules for transitional camps.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
No.
All opposed?
No.
Passes 3-1.
Excuse me, Mayor Pro Tem Bain, did you want to make that edit to say only that's missing in the ordinance?
So I interpret it the same way you do. The issue that we have is it's not being enforced right now.
Oh, okay.
And comment on that is you can go in with code enforcement and you can ask them to take them down, but ultimately you can issue a citation and that's about it. And James, if you want to elaborate, you can. I think we know, if you've witnessed some of these folks, how much they really care about citations. Most of them have pockets full of them. You can get a warrant after 6 weeks, but guess who gets to make arrests? Not code enforcement officers. They don't make arrests. So we're working through all these issues in terms of enforcement. This is the first time folks, please, if you could please keep it down. We're working through the enforcement issues. You guys all know that we have litigation pending, and you also know that we've been very successful to date in that litigation. Part of the plan is to put some of these issues in front of Judge Anderson so he can give us a declaration about enforcement of our rules, about the legality of that, so we can go back to the county and others and say, this has been deemed legal. Again, I ask you, give us time. We're working through these issues. We've thought of a lot of this stuff probably 4 or 5 months ago, but it takes time to get there. So we are on it. We're working on it. I understand the frustration. I wish I could say we could solve it tomorrow, because trust me, there's the will on this dais to do so if it was possible. So if I could ask one thing of you, you've asked a lot of us, is to give us time and be patient. We are working on the issues. So given the interest of time, and we're already at 9:35, I think what we're going to do for oral communications, we're going to push those both to the end of the meeting so we can get through some of the substantive items that folks came here to talk about. And we will hear oral communications, but we're going to, again, push that to the very end of the meeting and combine oral communications periods 1 and 2. Any objection to that?
I support that.
Okay, all right.
Okay. Closed session report, city attorney.
Do you still remember what happened that long ago?
It's a long time ago, but yeah. Excuse me, the council went into closed session on all the items listed on the agenda. On item Capistrano Shores versus the City of San Clemente, the council approved a settlement agreement to resolve that litigation. That agreement will become public once it's been fully executed. And then there will be the initiation of some follow-up actions at the next meeting following the agreement being fully executed.
No other reportable action?
No other reportable action.
All items listed on the consent calendar are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion without discussion unless council, staff, or the public request removal of an item for separate discussion and action. The public has requested the removal of items F, P, Z, B, X, U, and W.
Give me the last four again. Double B, X, double D, X, U, W. Say double D or?
Double B, like boy.
Oh, B, B.
BB.
Okay, so FP2, FPZ, BB, X, U, W.
That's correct.
Okay. City Clerk, I'd like to request removal of double A and Planning Commission minutes from July 18,
What number is that?
2019.
Planning Commission.
That is number 12, under Planning Commission section, number 12 in the parentheses.
Oh, number 12. Oh, wait. that's-
Zoning administration minutes.
Oh, zoning administrator.
I'm sorry, oh, I said Planning Commission, I apologize.
Oh, okay, got
Zoning administrator, thank you. AA and number 12.
6B12. And B12.
Great.
I hate to do this. I really do. I want to pull 6B11, and I also wanted to pull 12. And V, as in Victor.
All right, I move the balance. All in favor? Aye. Passes 4-0 to move the balance.
Okay.
Everything was already full. 6B11.
So let's go to 6B11. That would be page 7 of 6B11. Basically, this was a request of our planning commission. It was unanimous that they were recommending the city council review a zoning administrator meeting minutes of July 18th, 2019 pertaining to a CUP. So I think we should honor that it was the planning commission that asked that. They also recommended on the next page that the city council allow the planning commission to review that section 17.04.040 of the San Clemente Municipal Code and possibly make recommendations to the city council for potential amendments. That's
Kathy,
basically what.
Can I interrupt you?
think
Can you
they're
give me the
asking.
long version, the notation at the bottom for the page number, so that way I can get,
6B11-7.
thank you.
Sorry, it's very hard
I know,
to
there's
figure out.
there's a ton in this one.
So basically, this concerns an approval for artifacts. And mainly what I'm asking for is, this is the planning commission. They asked to be able to review this section of how this was approved and to come back with maybe recommendations. That would be on the next page, page 8, the top of it. And I think we should honor that, allow them to review it. Not the approval, but that section that allowed staff to make this decision. That's what they're basically asking for.
So they're asking for, so there's an interpretation regarding, sorry.
Whether it was minor or major interpretation.
Correct. So they interpreted the tasting room as a, Cecilia, come up here now. They interpreted it as a restaurant as opposed to a tasting room, which has implications for parking waivers and other things. And the planning commission's, sounds like we've all had conversations, concern is that there is a precedent that could be set for parking waivers with that interpretation. So I just want to add that the administrative process for that application is not done yet. They still have another administrative hearing, so I want to be very careful about denying them due process until they get through that hearing. So if we want to consider, I think, the interpretation of that, we can, but the question then is, what does that do to the tracking of that application? Because they've already started it without that decision being heard. So I need to understand better from the city attorney about if they're in the zoning administration process, which is a quasi, it's an adjudicatory hearing, for those wondering. We don't want to interject ourselves into that until they've had a chance to work through it, right?
That is correct. You don't want to do that.
So can I make a proposal then, that we dual track that we ask them to take a look at it, but we allow the application to go forward, and then based on that, we will try to reconcile after the fact, based on what the zoning administrator does with that knowledge. Does that make any sense at all to everybody?
Yeah, it does. I've been following this project as well. And, this is one of those things where we have great staff, and they have the ability to make good decisions, and I think they've made a good decision in this instance. But I recognize your concern that moving forward, there could be a scenario where it doesn't work out as well as it has thus far. That being said, I mean, we're talking about, something within an existing footprint of a historic structure, something that's going to be a good addition to the downtown. We're not talking about adding a 4th or 5th story to a building or anything of that nature, so.
Thank you for clarifying. What I meant is not this particular project, but the planning commission is asking to review whatever part of the code that allowed this process. They feel like it got subjugated, and that's what I meant. It's not to look at this specific project, but they're requesting that we direct them to take a look at this process. Not for this location, but the actual process. So I think we should honor that.
What do you think about asking for staff to bring that back at the beginning of the year, so that way it gives us plenty of time to get through the process? I'm getting the wink from the city attorney on this one, so.
Yeah, I would recommend if you want to take that approach, you could direct staff to bring it back to you or bring it back to the planning commission, whatever the process would be, following completion of whatever item is currently pending.
Well, it's pending next week.
Yeah,
I think tomorrow.
Okay.
Thursday. I don't know we need to wait that long, but okay.
Whatever the appropriate timing is.
Whatever time they can get on, I don't know what their schedule is. but
Right.
They asked for it, so, okay.
They may not have that much to do going into January. I don't know. It's a request from our planning commission. It was unanimous, so.
So why don't we just direct them, okay, look at it, and wait till after the administrative process is over.
Perfect.
We go there.
Great.
Let staff
So-
figure that out.
With that, that motion, I'll take that as a motion, that, or direction.
Direction.
It's a direction we're giving
Just direction.
staff. So with that, I'll move the item.
So just clarity for staff, we're just giving planning commission the freedom post this administrative
To
process
set.
to take it up if they want.
Exactly.
I'll support that. And with that, I'll move the item.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0.
And you want to approve the balance of those minutes?
We can, yeah.
That was in it?
Yeah, that's what
Okay.
And Dan seconded it, I think. Okay.
Good.
No, on 6B12.
Oh, on 6B12, it's related to the Planning Commission minutes of July 17th. So my point is mute now. I was bringing that up for this, that's artifacts too, that's related to the same. So I heard from some folks that just want consistent treatment of people who file for applications. And it had to do with the same issues, the parking and the noise and so forth. But that'll be taken up now, so I can go ahead and take my request off the edge.
All right, so you want to move 6B12?
Move the balance, yeah.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Passes 4-0. I think we have comments on F, if I'm not mistaken. All right, Mr. Malamud.
Yeah, well, I just can't believe this is on a consent calendar. It's almost, Chris, hyperbole, almost $2 million. The original bid was 1.332,380, and it was a not-to-exceed contract, and in less than a month later, the city's asking for another $525,800. Who's watching our fiscal budget? The other thing is, this is for repairs of a project that the staff has admitted needs to be replaced. So we're going to spend at least $1.85 million to do minor or major repairs, and then have to go back and build a new building. It would seem to me, unless I'm missing something, that a really wise council would vote to build a new building and not spend $2 million on repairs. And if this goes again the Ole Hanson way, this $2 million or $1.8 million will turn into $5 million or $10 million, and we still won't have the repairs. There's not a word about where the new building will go, where will be built, what will cost. How is this council, unless I'm missing something, approving this huge budget for repairs, an additional $525,800 without having those answers? I just think you have to vote no on this unless there's an explanation. And again, the whole report to you is 3 1/8 pages. There are no contracts attached. I say don't vote in favor of anything unless you have contracts. And the other point I want to make is that the original bid said not to exceed, and 1 month later, the staff is coming back to you for another $525,000. I must be really dense, stupid, or all the above. And I know if I had a business like this and somebody came to me, and again, unless I'm missing something, a month later for an extra $500,000, they'd be fired. And I'm not asking staff to be fired. I'm just saying I must be missing something. So maybe you can explain it to me.
So, Councilmember Ferguson, did you?
Well, I was just going to ask James if there's any fund that we have that's starting to set money aside for a future marine safety building, because I know we've been probably talking about replacing that building for 2 decades. So do we have any fund that has been established to start that process?
We've discussed the movement of that building. If we went to Coastal Commission, we would have to go to Coastal Commission for that. They would probably ask for that building to be moved on the other side of the train tracks. We would lose that site there on the west side of the train tracks. So it's kind of a managed retreat right now to save it for as long as possible. We've talked about maybe moving it back to the train track, back into the parking lot, but even then, if we tried to do that, Coastal Commission would demand that it goes to the other side of the train tracks. So that's the problem. There's an element that thinks that that building needs to be, an element in town that thinks that that building needs to be saved at all costs. I've heard that in the past with prior councils, and that we need to stay in that iconic marine safety building. I don't think you'll get a disagreement from staff that that $2 million is a lot of money and that it's excessive. I'm not sure that we really agree with it, but I think it's up to the council to decide, do you want to keep it there or direct us to start a process to find another site for it? But I'm pretty sure in talking to the Public Works Director and the Community Development Director that if we tried to move it, or if we tried to rebuild and tried to even move it a little bit east up against the train tracks into the parking lot, we would probably end up on the other side of the train tracks. The Coastal Commission is just not going to allow us to keep it there.
Thank you. But have we set any money aside for a capital project going forward to start saving for a new marine safety building?
No, there's nothing set aside.
Nothing. Okay, thank you.
I think I wanted to say, I just wanted to add that I'm pretty sure I remember testimony from Marine Safety that if the operations would suffer for life-saving abilities if that building was on the other side of the tracks. And I think that's what we always face, is that they can do their job better where they're at. And they don't want it to go to the other side.
That's what Marine Safety contends.
So
is
that's been our issue.
When you talk about the choke point there at coming over
And if there's
the
a
train tracks with the train there, with the amount of people that come through there, funnel through there, the access to the pier, it just becomes problematic. There's also the possibility that with future sand replenishment, that if that project comes through in the future, that will extend the life of marine safety. So there's a lot of different issues at play in this project.
So I know there's been a lot of discussion and a lot of staff reports on this. You've been on the council the longest. It's not that this is so brief, it's that we all, this is just an amendment.
Yeah.
And I think the amendment, and I'm going to ask Tom to speak to it, of why it's more is because the bid came in more, and we don't really have that much of a choice. So I'd like you to discuss that.
Sure. Members of the City Council, Tom Vonnegut, Public Works Director. So that's exactly it. We are asking you for more money, but it's not like you already approved a contract and a few months later, as was characterized, we have to ask you for more. This went through a public bid process, as all of our public works contracts go through. And we received the one bid, as explained in the staff report, and it was significantly higher than our approved budget for the project. So we are coming to you now asking for the remaining money to actually do it. The contract itself wasn't attached because this is a standard Public Works template contract that we use. We literally just fill in the contractor's name and dollar amount. Nothing changes, and so we rarely, if ever, attach the contract. The scope of work is the bid, which was a very public document, and that's already gone through the process. So it's not an amendment. We're asking you, if it's your desire, to provide additional funds to do the project, if in fact you want to do it, based on the one bid we got. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, Tom, I hate to put you on the spot, but do you recall years back, I think it was before James got here, when we discussed in depth the moving of lifeguard headquarters, and we retained someone to actually look into it?
I do recall that, and we didn't get that far. At one time, and this was years ago, we had some money that we carried for a few years to do a potential relocation study of the building, and that didn't get traction for whatever reasons, and so ultimately that money was defunded and taken out of the budget. This was years ago with the prior council. I work closely with Chief Humphreys, who runs the marine safety operation. We've been working together 20 years. I won't speak for him, but I know he would at least have concerns about having the building off of the beach. But be that as it may, we recognize that just like a lot of other assets that we have, it takes money, and you will have to keep putting back money. Yes, this is expensive, and this averages about $200,000 a year to give the building about 10 years of life. I did mention in the staff report, and the Coastal Commission actually made this a key point of the permit, is that they do expect during that time, and I indicated staff's intention, unless you direct otherwise, in the upcoming budget to program money again to begin in earnest a process of looking at options, whether it's reconstructing a building right against the back of the tracks on the back beach in a different configuration that gives it more separation from wave attack, or potentially relocating it to the other side of the tracks, or just doing something else. I don't know the answers to those questions, but I think we're basically mandated, we need to get into that process, and it will take time, and so we would recommend to do that. In the meantime, I have a building that is, at pretty serious risk of failing sooner than later. It's got a major structural support beam that is nearing the end of its life, and it has no protection because the seawall is basically not functional. So I don't think we're going to be in a position, unless we get temporary trailers, and this is, sort of worst case, and I don't know when that would happen. I really think this is an important thing to do, but recognizing that we can't keep doing this, we should get into a process, and that's why my proposal is to, we'll come back with an estimate in your budget process that you can consider, so that we can get into an earnest discussion and evaluation of what in fact should we do with marine safety.
Ken, do you want to talk on this? I'm going to let you do that, 'cause I know you're an expert, but let me ask a couple of questions of Tom real quick. So how much time do we think we have?
I wish my crystal ball was that good, but if we do nothing, it could be one major storm that really puts that building in jeopardy, or we could go for several years before we really get into a pinch where we're going to have to get the staff out of that building. I just can't tell you.
And so in terms of the repairs, we think it's going to be 10 years, it could be less, it could be more, lots more.
Our consultant estimates we should get at least 10 years, and I made clear to say in the report, I said, may last longer, or, may need some attention in 10 years. We're pretty confident with the repairs before you, we ought to get at least 10 years of life. It could be longer. I don't think it would be significantly shorter.
I'm not going to ask you to ballpark it too much, but Ken, please. Mr. Nielsen.
Hello, Ken Nielsen. I did 14 years on the Coastal Advisory in San Clemente. I don't remember which year it was, but it was about 2 or 3 years into my term on Coastal Advisory. We went over the Marine Safety Headquarters heavily. It was a heavy meeting. Not as bad as the one you're in tonight, but it was just about as bad. It was nasty. It was nasty. And because some people insist on keeping that building, some people think, why? The thing's falling apart. The surf's taking it away. You used to be able to walk down the beach to the front door. Now you got to go in the back door because there's no beach. You know how it is. That building's in bad shape. We voted to not spend any money on it, and they actually came and spent quite a bit of money replacing the steel in front of it once. I think you should end that building and come up with a new plan. I don't think they need to park their Jeeps in there and all the junior lifeguard stuff in there. The state brings containers down during the summer to store their gear in for the junior lifeguards and sets it back on the beach. They do need a first aid room. They need a good one, no doubt. That's the most important part. But they don't need to store everything in that building. And our chief lifeguard can go to an office somewhere else. He doesn't have to be looking at the ocean. You know, he can be somewhere else. They could save a lot of money. That's a ton of money on a piece of junk building that's going to go away. He just told you that, so think about it.
Thanks, Ken.
Yeah.
Is there a motion? Discussion?
Yeah, you know, here's the deal. I agree with a lot of the things said this evening. It would be much better if we didn't have to spend the $2 million. I have Chief Humphrey's vision in my mind right now screaming at me saying it's very imperative that we have excess lifeguards on the west side of the train tracks to back up the lifeguards that are actually responding to incidents. He said that before, whether it was live at a council meeting or personally when we were discussing this in the past. I get that we can move his office, I get that we can move JG stuff, but at the end of the day, we have to have first responders that are available to respond instantly. And with trains coming through daily, that's just not possible from these sides. So if we back off this building, it's going to go away. I'm open to other ideas, but I think tonight's probably not the night to look at those ideas. If we want to do it, we can agendize that for future discussion. But we do need to do something before the winter swells approach, which is going to be in the next 2 months.
So I'd agree with that. This is a public safety issue, not just a building issue. So that's why we always get to this point. If there's victims and someone's drowning and we've got to get fire personnel, I mean, lifeguards they have to get there first. So I wouldn't want anything to prevent that. So I'm going to be for the repairs.
Well, I know we've been Band-Aiding this building for a long time, and as I mentioned earlier, I'd love for us to start a capital fund to start creating a plan for a new public safety lifeguard station, but on the beach side. It has to be on the beach side. I work at the city of Encinitas, and we opened one a year ago. It's beautiful, and they put a little police substation within the marine safety, so now they have police on the beach too, which is really great. But I'd love for us to do that and stop Band-Aiding this building. But Tom, will you let me know, are you able to say if it's going to fall down, or are they in danger being in the building?
It's not an imminent danger,
we don't
otherwise
do
they
this?
wouldn't be there.
Okay.
But if you go, you can see when you're there, and it's not pretty. So it needs attention, in my view.
Yeah.
Just because I know nothing about this, how long would it take to get another proposal done? I know you used the words "most likely," so being a lawyer, I can drive a truck through that.
You know, we went through a public bid process, and we got one bid. And as I indicated in the report, I don't think our chances of, and so to get another proposal means going back through the public bid
How long?
contracting. It is going to be probably 60 days before we come back to you. And one of the constraints we're up against that is if we are going to do the work, we have to get going because
storm season.
I have to finish it before
I get all
under
that.
permit.
This is a tough one for me because it is a lot of money, but I went down and talked to Chief Humphreys and all those folks. Laura and I had very recently a visit down, and every single person we talked to from Marine Safety stressed how important that location was to them. And I am by no means an expert in marine safety, and I will not purport to be. I have to rely on the experts, and so they're not here tonight to talk to us. I wish they were to tell us. I sort of feel like maybe that would be helpful to the public, but I got the information. I'm conveying it. I think Chris has. Laura was there. I sort of feel like we're in a rock and a hard place here to do something, because I think it would be waste for us to let that building fall down into the water, to not do anything. So I'm going to begrudgingly have to support it. So is there a motion? Would you like me to make a motion?
Sure.
So my name has to be on this? Yep. All right. So I will make a motion to move item, what is this, 6F? If I can find the agenda here. Contract award to Marine Safety Building and Bulkhead Repairs. Approve the plans and specifications for the Marine Safety Building and Bulkhead Repairs and Accessibility Improvements, project number 16530. Approve a supplemental appropriation amount of $525,800 from the Facilities Maintenance Reserve Fund to account 014-811-45300-000-16530, and approve and authorize the city manager to execute contract C19-57 by and between the City of San Clemente and John S. Meek Company, Inc., providing for the marine safety building and bulkhead repairs and accessibility improvements in the amount of $1,322,380.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
No.
So passes 3-1. E? Okay, any other comments on this?
P?
P. Mr. Malamud.
Going to try to be short on all these tonight, but I'm kind of disturbed by the last one, but we'll just go on. This is another item with no contract. We don't know what we're agreeing to. It says we need this plan reviewer, but the person they claim is being replaced didn't do plan review, apparently. Doesn't say how long we're going to do this for. And it's for $105,000, apparently. It's an increase of $25,000 per year to $130,000. Really? Really? Is this the details we're getting as a council for temporary positions? I just find these staff reports to be non-information, and you put them on consent calendars, so that means nobody actually even wants to think about it. This seems to be there's nothing in this report that actually says the current staff can't fill this vacancy, that we have enough projects that require these services. It infers that, but like the statistics we saw earlier tonight, there's no count how many we're not being able to get done, or that a delay is being caused, that we need to spend this $130,000. Again, and just to a point of reference, Dan, you should have delayed for 2 weeks, just like you should on this one. When we need more information, don't approve, delay for 2 weeks. Anyways, I shouldn't comment on a previous item.
Correct. Thank you.
But having said that, this council's smart enough when you don't have information not to say, I'm between a rock and a hard place. Why don't we get the information, put it off for 2 weeks so we don't have the information, when we don't have contracts, which you didn't have here. There was no contract. So I just say, let's be smarter. Thank you.
Any other public comments? Motion?
Before we make a motion, what are we calling these recitals on page 820-19 Are these not sufficient contracts? Dan, being that you're the legal expert.
I'm looking at pages.
The First Amendment contract, not the original contract, so you can't reference back terms.
Okay. Well, the only other thing I would say is that, I hear frequently from many people in the audience, sometimes including Brad, that the city is slow rolls businesses in this town, and that we need to work harder and move faster with permitting, and this is exactly what this amendment to this contract is trying to do. And as far as outlining when it's going to end, I think the idea behind the services contract is that it's $110,000 until it runs out, and so we will use them on an as-needed basis for plan check services. So I think this is supportive of business. I think it's a good idea, and I'll be supporting it.
I would agree. We're doing this amendment to provide the contract capacity as allowed by the budget for continued building plan check review and building code inspection services. And we're doing it because the daily demand for building code inspections continues to exceed the capacity of the 3 current building inspectors. So in order to keep up with the needs and keep the everything going on building, we are supplementing these services. It's in our budget.
Just going to note that we have the departure of a senior building plans examiner as well.
So I'm just going to echo what I said before, which is I did do my diligence. I talked to Chief Humphreys. I talked to the folks in the building department, and I think we need this, right? I have to rely on the experts that the city has, and they tell us they need this to process the building permits that we have at the outlets and other places that everybody wants things done. So I'm going to support this as well.
Yeah, I just want to make one more comment. I know it doesn't fit Brad's narrative, but Brad has the email addresses of everybody in City Hall, and if you really want this information, he could have requested it ahead of time. So it doesn't really pertain to the grandstanding that he's doing this evening, but he does have access to all the detailed information he wants. So with that, I will move item P, which is the following. I move staff recommendations, item 1 and 2 of contract amendments as needed, building plan check and building code inspection services.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Councilmember Ham, second by Councilmember Ward. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes 4-0.
You, I believe.
I was taking them in the order they were given to me. Yes,
Oh.
X would be next sequentially. Okay. Actually, U would be next sequentially, so we should go to U. Okay. This is pulled by a member of the public, or?
Yes.
And Nielsen.
Mr. Nielsen. Twice in one night.
3 times.
Oh, 3 times. Oh. Outstanding.
You're getting an exercise tonight.
But Samantha gets a turn first.
Sure. One card. Was there another, was somebody else going to speak?
Samantha Wiley, I think.
Yeah, do you want to present? Didn't know she was here. Great. Please. Sorry. Only without staff, so I thought that was going to be on the same way.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Samantha Wiley, Recreation Manager. This item before you tonight is a special plaque honoring a longtime member of our community. Her name was Van Rutan. This was a request from the member of a number of members of our community who are interested in honoring Van Rutan for her dedicated service to the city as a longtime swim instructor at the Hanson Beach Club. She was highly regarded from many of our longtime residents, including Kenny Nielsen, and the stories go that she really ruled the beach club with an iron fist. And as San Clemente is such a community-oriented place to be and really values our history, this plaque honors a piece of that history, specifically at the Hanson Beach Club. The details, I think, of the plaque are mostly in the staff report, and it should highlight it for the most part. The plaque is on attachment 1. It's actually a tile. It is very much in the style of the Sports Wall of Fame at the Aquatic Center. Staff recommend that this tile be installed at the Hanson Beach Club on the interior pool wall as you exit the east gate. There's a drinking fountain there. There's a couple lights. It will be installed there. The community members behind this have gotten the tile donated. They will also donate the work to get the tile installed. This is really kind of a one-off project, and as we come up across other longtime instructors and community members that should be recognized, the commission is recommending that we value these on a case-by-case basis, more or less. So I'm happy to take questions if there are any.
Any questions?
I have one quick one. Are we being asked which side of the gate this should be on? Because there's an option 1 and an option 2.
It was reviewed at the commission. There were two options. The commission is recommending the side above the drinking fountain. Again, it has lights above it, so it's a little bit more prevailing when you look at it. So.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And I just wanted to commend Ken Nielsen. That's a great project that you led to honor a wonderful lady who I taught so many how to swim at our historic beach club, so thank you.
Clapping for you, Ken, not us.
Okay. Van Rutan, I don't know if you were old enough to even know who Van is.
5, I was young.
Okay.
First swim lesson for sure.
She taught San Clemente how to swim, everybody. There was no junior lifeguards, there was nothing. You had Van, this 100-pound lady who had a whistle around her neck and hollered at you all the time. And I actually had my beginner's swim card in my pocket tonight, and I changed shirts and forgot to bring it. But I still have my beginner's swim card. But I think Van deserves this. We found her daughter and her son, and I think they would come to something that we would do for her. And we have a reunion every year at Maxburg Park of all the people that lived around Maxburg Park, or Plaza Park as we called it then. or Las Palmas Park, as far as you want to go way back. But I brought a little bucket with me to raise some money to pay for this thing, because it was designed by Catherine Dennis Stovall, and she did the artwork that's in your packet, and she actually built the tile. The tile's beautiful. And I put this thing out to raise some money for it. It took me 10 minutes to get the money to do everything. It's because everybody there learned to swim by van. They all knew her. They all thought she was great. And I hope you can go along with this, because I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
So I'll move the item. My mother wanted me to tell everybody that Van yelled at her as a child for running on the pool deck. So item U. So I'll move item U.
Second. All in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Passes 4-0. Thanks, Ken. Great work. So next we have X.
B.
Dan.
Wait, where is this? What am I missing?
A, B, C, no.
B as in Victor, a council member, I believe.
Yeah, it was me. You know, I think, Chris, you might clarify this. I think we did used to give them in order. At least we tried to, but we had so many public ones this time. We didn't give them to the Mayor Pro Tem in order.
Sorry.
No, they got jumbled around by
They
everybody,
did.
for sure.
Okay, so I pulled V. And what this is the installation of an educational sign for Pier, on the Pier and PierPride. And I called Samantha because I couldn't read this sign. We have a picture of it. I couldn't see what was on there. So Samantha said that she would show that to the council, what that plaque says. I'm just gonna have to read it for 1 second here. So Samantha, I have a question. Was this an existing plaque and this is replacing it? Or is this a totally new plaque?
This is a totally new plaque. There were interpretive signs previously on the pier. This is in addition to the ones that were recently replaced by PierPride.
So one thing that I want to mention is I think this sign we had a bunch of signs that came directly to us.
Yeah.
And we asked, they had to go through BP&R. And actually, I think they should have gone through the Planning Commission, because this is a historic structure in an architectural overlay. So this sign was supposed to come back, but I'm looking at this picture, it's already on the pier. So I just want to point out that, again, we have circumvented the process, and that can't happen in an architectural overlay. The council should have approved this before it went on. So that's my comment. I'm happy to see that it talks about contributing to PierPride for that, because I'm assuming that's the purpose of the sign. But I'm not even sure where it's at. And I think the placement and all of that should have gone through Planning Commission, of where it should go. So I'm asking I don't want to see this keep happening, is why I'm bringing it up, because this sign did not get approval. It was supposed to go through the entire process, and now again, it hasn't. So.
Is it different than the other signs?
It's just new.
It's just new, and we said this sign has to go through the whole process, and now it hasn't. That's why I'm concerned, because after what we went through with the Pier restroom, because it's in an architectural overlay, I mean, what we went through to get that approved and everything, and just to have a sign show up, I'm not sure where this is even placed. So maybe, I don't even know if BP&R really talked about where it should be placed. This is probably our most iconic structure in the whole city. So that's my comment. And so I wouldn't even know it was there unless I saw the picture of it. And I'm like, is this superimposed on this, or is it already on the pier? So I'd like to know how that happened?
Sure. So this is the eighth interpretive sign essentially that's been added. There were 7 previously that were replaced essentially in kind. The language was very much the same, but the photos were updated. This is a new one, and the effort behind it was to, again, promote the opportunity to support the Pier funding through PierPride. This is in placement already. Staff did ask the organization to hold off on installing it, and that request was not listened to. When we found out that it was already installed, we did talk to the organization. We've let them know that moving forward, any future installs will only be handled by City Public Works staff, the maintenance division. So that is our kind of fail-safe to prevent this in the future. That said, this sign is closer, it's on the right-hand side if you're heading down the pier, and it's pretty, yes, just past Fisherman's on the right-hand side. Staff believe it's in a good spot, considering it's kind of at the front end of the pier. It kind of introduces you to what the pier is. If you're a visitor, you get a little bit of history of the pier before you head on to the pier.
So why would this not go through the planning commission? Because it's a sign and it's not structural to the pier? So I guess that's what I'm asking staff, why it wouldn't have gone through the planning commission if it's in an architectural overlay, or at least design review. So.
Didn't it though? Didn't all the signs go through design review?
Not,
They went through, this went straight through BPR. The council at the meeting, I believe it was in March, when PierPride was here presenting the newly installed signs, council directed staff to send this to BPR commission before it comes back and installed, essentially.
I remember that, but I did make the comment that it's in an architectural overlay. So I think what I want is to ask council to just lend our support to staff that these types of organizations have to go through the process, and they have to follow what staff says and city processes. Everyone has to be treated the same. So that's my concern.
I'm glad you brought that up, Kathy, because I just looked at this and it looks as though it was superimposed on the printout here. So that's what I thought I was looking at. I think I was looking at an actual photograph. This is an issue, and while I want to commend PierPride for all the good work they're doing, and no good deed goes unpunished, just like we said the last time we discussed this issue, there is a process in place. We established these processes so that everyone gets fair and equal treatment, and to allow one organization to just be out there willy-nilly doing whatever they want doesn't seem appropriate to me, and I don't think the rest of the council would support that either. I'm going to see this as strike 2 of strike 3 for PierPride, and just say, hey, let's go ahead and move forward with it, because they're doing really good work. But in the future, if they could refrain from doing things before they get final approval, I think that'd be the best path forward.
That's my comment.
So if you're moving the item, I'll second it.
I'll move it as long as we are supporting staff on this.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Next item is W. Cards.
All right, just take a 5-minute break again, I'm sorry. All the item, you were so close. So close. So, folks, so we're going to go out of order, and we're going to skip to X because we have some folks in the audience that have been waiting a while. Folks, please. So let's go to X, and we'll come back to W. Only because you asked so nicely, though. All right, do we have staff here on X, or are we just jumping straight to it? Okay, all right. Staff presentation first, or?
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Rojas, Senior Planner with the Community Development Department. The item being presented tonight is an initiation to the Rancho San Clemente specific plan. To clarify, this item is just for an initiation. It doesn't result in any specific action. It's specifically to add public safety uses as a permitted use in the industrial park zone of the Rancho San Clemente specific plan. That particular zone affects the area surrounding Avenida Fabricante, and Calle Extremo.
Do you have a map and aerial of that that we could pull up?
You know, unfortunately, I don't have a map with us right now.
Great. Sorry, we'll go with staff president. I'm sorry, go ahead to interrupt.
So specifically, staff is recommending that the City Council initiate this specific plan amendment. Again, this initiation item would really allow City Council to explore opportunities to provide additional regulatory flexibility within the industrial park zone of the specific plan. Thank you.
All right. First speaker is Mark Moran, followed by Tom Barnes. As in life.
That's right. Hello, everybody. I made it. It's a long night, you guys. I'm not used to this. Basically, I'm a 28-year San Clemente resident. First of all, thanks for letting me speak. But 28 years in San Clemente, 25 years up in Rancho San Clemente, and I'm not even sure how I became aware of this. Somehow the agenda came across, and I started looking through it, and then I found out, whoa, the industrial park is actually being considered for what we call the transitional camping area. And I started doing some homework and trying to get caught up on this. And basically, I went back through the 2016 proposal when you guys searched out the SP2 zone, and I kind of put together, you'll see today, my first PowerPoint. Let's look at it. Okay, I'm not good at it. Proposed location in red, Steed Park and the skate park. Steed Park proximity was why this was thrown out for the SB2 zone earlier. I'm sorry, my PowerPoint's not in the best order, but let's go to the next slide. The next slide is a cut and paste from the 2016 study you guys did, and basically in this it says it's not being, it's taken off of consideration due to there's no transit system up there. Majority of the areas within 500 feet of the residences, Steed Parks, and also located in the area. And then we also have the skate park. So that to me, just I'm not really sure. But then we'll go to the next slide, and I go, and if there actually was a park there, if you guys put the transitional zone there, we can't expect them to go all the way down there to get to North Beach. I just picked that as a Google Maps screenshot. Go to the next one. The way they're most likely going to go is they're going to use this ridgeline trail here and come across and drop down Salvador and come down Presidio in that area. And everything on the right side of this is high fire danger. I live up there. 2 years ago, if you go to the next slide, that's basically what I said, the walk zone or the bike zone is going to be that. That's all the residences that are going to be affected every day when they go to and from their spots down to the 7-Elevens, with an exception of if they choose Walmart not to go hang out at the beach or the Pier or North Beach. Okay, so the next slides, like I said, I've lived up there forever. This is right, the Ridgeline Trail is right up where the flames are. That's 2 years ago. And this is right around the corner from my house. We go to the next slide. This is literally 2 houses away. And this flames reach right up to the top of the Ridgeline Trail.
Thank you, Mark. I'm sorry, I've got to limit you to your 3 minutes.
Okay, just click to the
Sorry,
next slide and I'll walk away.
I can't do it. I can't do it. We're going to, thank you. Appreciate it.
Timing was off. Please choose another location if possible for safety reasons.
Bonnie, followed by Tom Barnes, and then we have Shelley Moore.
I'm Bonnie Barnes, RSCCA Board President, representing 14 HOAs and 5,000 residents. The first slide, we oppose amending RSC's specific plan to allow temporary campsites in industrial planning areas close to severe high fire zones. This is the land use map with industrial areas outlined in red, showing the lots. Lots 4, 8A, 8B, and 7, like your staff should have provided. Below La Plata, these are all in high fire zones, and they are not part of the SB2 zone area, which is on the left side of Del Cerro. On the CAL FIRE map, lots 4, 8A, 8B, and 7 are in high fire zones with easy access to the Ridgeview Trail, open space, and hundreds of homes. The threat of fire is very real. Following are just a few fires that occurred near the industrial park and the vacant city lots that you are considering. The Christianitas fire, for example, that spread to the Ridgeview Trail was photographed near lots 8A and 8B in the industrial park area. Right there in the vacant lots are next to that. For health and safety, a smoke advisory was issued for the whole city. This fire near industrial lots 8A, 8B, and 7 was caused when a Mylar balloon drifted into a power line and sparked a fire by the Ridgeview Trail. On July 24th of this year, the Bella Colina fire occurred near lot 4, 8A, and 8B. A number of Camp Pendleton fires occur every year near the industrial park areas. This one was near lots 8A, 8B, and lot 7. Temporary campsites on lots 8A and B would have easy access to the Ridgeview Trail, fire zones, and residential areas. This entry to the Ridgeview Trail is by the restroom at the skate park. Temporary campsites on lot 4 would have easy access to the Ridgeview Trail on the north and south side of Del Cerro near La Plata. This satellite image shows the vacant lots in the industrial area near public parks and the animal shelter near Fabricante and Estrada that she was talking about. There's easy access to the fire zones, Ridgeview Trail, and residential areas, a number of them, not just one like Sea Summit, but many. Harbor View, Harbor Ridge, Pacific Shores are right there, and we have 14 other HOAs, easy access from the Ridgeview Trail. Transients are well known to use the Ridgeview Trail to get into the fire zones to store the items and set up camp. Tom, my husband, will finish the slides.
There you go. Thank you.
Good job, Bonnie. This is her work too. Where are we at? 11?
Start over on 11.
Okay. Okay. Are you gonna move it for me?
Okay.
I need lots of help.
Okay. Well, I need to go back. Sorry. I need to go back to slide 11.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. It was the one.
See, this is your fault. You should have let me finish it. There, okay, all right, here we go. Transients 11, thank you. All right,
Go ahead, John.
11.
Okay. Transients are known to use the Ridge Route Trail to get into the fire zones, to store items and set up camp. Hazards in fire zones would occur less often if the city would provide enforcement along the Ridge Route Trail. An e-bike ordinance and speed limit is also needed along the trail. Slide 12. The city invites the public to use the Ridge Route Trail, which appears to have become an attractive nuisance that will only worsen if temporary campsites are allowed in the industrial areas. Rancho San Clemente supports allowing park rangers to provide enforcement along the Ridge Route Trail. Slide 13. Again, as fires occur every year along industrial park areas, it would be irresponsible to add temporary campsites and increase the risk of fires. Please consider city-owned lots in areas that are not located in fire zone areas. Slide 14. Thousands of homes and open space areas have been lost to fires in Northern California, costing billions of dollars. Be fire-wise and do not amend Rancho San Clemente's specific plan to allow, quote, temporary campsites in the industrial areas such as lots 4, 8A, 8B, and 7. The city has been put on notice that placement of a homeless shelter in close proximity to high fire zone areas is potentially a reckless act that could result in the destruction of lives and property. Why take a chance? Far too often cities are irresponsible. Use your heads. Do not place the homeless near a high fire zone. Just let me say this, that we've been trying for a long time, number of years, mostly my wife, try to get enforcement that's needed along the Ridge Route Trail. And the enforcement it needs to take place because basically what happens is those who use the Ridge Route Trail can use it with impunity, and frequently they do it because they know there's nothing going to happen. Now, we've tried to have a say in what goes on, and we've tried to be good neighbors, and Vonnie has gone down a number of times where the police have shown up and has actually sworn out the arrest thing and done that. But we've been at this for 5 or 6 years now. And to go on like you're going to do, and all you ever did on the one, I thought I got lost there on what your position was, but it seems to me that you did a straw vote. You didn't even table that. We want this thing tabled so it doesn't come up again, and we don't think it should. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Next is Shelley Moore, followed by Susan Smith, and then Doug Schaff.
Hi, I don't have any slides or anything. I'm just here for the 189 homes in Pacific Shores. Putting the shelter up there, or the encampment up there, will cause all of these people to walk through our neighborhoods. I mean, right now, because of FAM and being so close to the RSE Business Park, we have so much of that. And we've had it for 10 or 15 years now. This is everything the city's going through, we've been going through for 10, 15 years. I mean, I'm not exaggerating in the least. But if you do this, they are going to cut right through our neighborhoods. And like they showed the pictures, 2 years ago, we sat on our balcony watching the fire get a street away from us, knowing that when the time came, we wouldn't be able to get out. There's only 2 ways out of the area, and both of them are single lane, and there's just no way we would have been able to get out in time. Thank you.
Susan Smith, followed by Doug Schaff.
Thank you guys for staying so late. Surf's up when you're homeless in San Clemente. Every morning, we watch a lot of surfers at the homeless camp prep their boards and get ready to go surfing. And it's really quite mind-blowing. I know that we've had a really big homeless problem, and I applaud you all for looking for multiple solutions because it is a very complex problem. But unfortunately, the Pico camp has opened up so many problems where we're having so many people dumped on our doorstep. So how do we fight this solution and protect ourselves? The reason why I'm speaking at this particular subject is because, again, I applaud you guys for looking at multiple solutions. I would like to encourage you guys to vote yes on this proposal, and I'll list a number of reasons why. That camp, the proposed location, is further away from the beach, making it less attractive for anyone to have an ocean view homeless camping at the beach. Who doesn't want to live at the beach? We pay millions of dollars to live at the beach. And it's ridiculous that we're putting homeless people right on the front steps of the beach. For everybody and their friends, all the way from New York to Arizona, wherever they want to come to San Clemente. Very, very challenging. Right now, we're dealing with not only, the surfers are a wonderful thing to see in the morning. It's at night after 10 o'clock that really starts to get scary. I would say the activity really heightens up after 10:30. We are the ones that called the night that the homeless surrounded the poor car that was driving down the road, and they worked in tandem. Another reason why I want to support this is because you've got a high flow of traffic on Pico. All day long, from early in the morning, all night long, they're walking across the street. I am waiting for someone to get hit and someone to get killed. I'm just wondering when it's going to happen, and it is really scary. All the fires, all the things they're saying, it's 500 feet away in an empty industrial zone from homes. At the new location or the proposed location. Okay, well, we're 150 feet away. We're 150 feet away. You guys know the numerous problems, and I assure you, if the homes on Pico called every time that we had an incident, we wouldn't have a life, you guys wouldn't have a life, and we've got to find a way to protect the community. It's not just Sea Summit, it's not just Rancho San Clemente, it's all of San Clemente. Another thing, last point, the $2 million for a regional homeless shelter that you guys are proposing, let's take that money and spend it on a police force and start enforcing some rules.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Next, Doug Schaaf, followed by Marcy Skinner.
As we've said over and over again, this is a very complicated problem. The current situation is untenable in terms of the Pico encampment. That's why we have a one-year expiration date. We have to find someplace else to put the people who are in that camp. Nobody's ever going to be happy with any solution that the city comes up with. We're going to pick the best of a bad situation. The lot that's under consideration, and by the way, this is just a first step in a process. It's not a final in any way, shape, or form. But I encourage the city to approve the initiation of this zoning proposal, to explore the situation, to see what possibilities it has as an alternative location for the homeless. As far as the SB2 zone and this being criticized in the 2016 study, guess what? The lot where the camp is currently located was also rejected as part of being in the SB2 zone because it was within 500 feet of a residence, and it's in the corridor that has been designated by the city as the most scenic corridor for the entrance to the city. So that lot is not a great lot, and it never should have been built there in the first place. The key here is it shouldn't be near a residence. It shouldn't be within 500 feet of a residence. That's the key. And this lot meets that criteria. As to the fire damage and the fire danger, look, most fires are started by arsonists. I am not aware that there's any correlation between homeless people and a proclivity to start fires. So to say that that is the reason why this should not be built in that particular site is a red herring, and I think you should vote in favor of this to start the process and to explore it as one of the alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Marcy Skinner.
Hello, and thank you for listening. We need to move the encampment from Pico. We must look at more options, and we must approve the initiative. As you know, Sea Summit residents have seen a significant increase in crime and encounters with unstable people every day. These encounters have occurred on the trail system and on the streets of our community. Video cameras have captured what appear to be residents at the camp trying to open gates and doors of residences at all hours of the day and night. Our vehicles are ransacked regularly. In retrospect, you must agree that it was a mistake to locate the temporary camp so near a residential area, 150 feet from our homes, as well as a public park where children are often present and today don't play there any longer. The disruption to our community and the threats to our safety are real and ongoing. The 12 Sea Summit homeowners along Pico who look down on the camp from a distance of 150 feet or less can tell you many horror stories of the events that have occurred over the last several months. While it may have been the best of bad options available at the time, the existing encampment creates untold legal exposure for the city of San Clemente, and it must be moved. The best solution for the city of San Clemente is to move the encampment away from residential, enforce stricter rules at the current Pico camp, as we discussed tonight, as we are waiting for the County of Orange to address the issue and meet its obligations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Lindy O'Toole.
Hi, thanks for your time tonight. I live in Harborview. I am the closest house. I live right next to the opening to the trail. So I am literally the closest house to the skate park and Steed Park. I've often walked to church right on that same little path. It's very steep. It's surrounded by, you saw how close that is and all of the paths in the maps that were shown earlier. The fire trucks were literally parked outside of my home for 2 nights during those fires. It was very scary. I was married to a fireman for 25 years. I have, because of where it's located, and Rancho San Clemente Community Association, thanks to Vonnie, and that's how we became friends, is because I was really sticky about and complaining about making sure that everything was cut back so we could be as safe as possible. But my ex-husband was a fireman during some of the fires in San Diego when they couldn't save the homes. And he said it was the saddest thing. Nobody had anything to say when they went back home. And that's when we housed people at our house while he was working. It's a really big issue. So that's my first point. The second point is we've had increased vandalism. Twice in the last 2 weeks, we have an elderly couple across the street. They've been woken up between 2 and 3 in the morning. It takes about 20 minutes for anyone to respond. By then, somebody's gone. It's the same person that's been there twice in their backyard. In October, I had somebody break into my home. There was blood spatter everywhere. Called the police. The police or the sheriffs. They called CSI. They said nothing could be done about it unless they literally saw somebody bloody that was on the street on their way home. There's a real problem with break-ins. There's a real problem. It's very accessible, both to, the school situations. It's close to communities. I really can't implore with you enough to be thinking about safety from a safety perspective of all the households up there, but really the fire danger. We have our own fire hose. I don't know how to use it, but there's enough firemen in our neighborhood that would know how to use it, but it's for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the dais?
I have a question. Is there a reason, James, that the addresses of the city-owned properties are not attached to this report? It helped for locating. I keep hearing Steed Park, but Steed Park's not mentioned in this report. How do people think that this campsite's being moved to Steed Park?
It wouldn't be moved to Steed Park. The lot that we currently own up there is by the animal shelter.
Is that the only one? Because this says we have several properties in the light and heavy industrial planning areas of Rancho San Clemente, but they're not attached, so I don't know where they're at.
We have some others, and I can provide you with a list of them.
Okay, maybe we could put those up on our website.
Okay.
That would be great, so that this report will be complete. Thank you. Oh, and I also wanted to know, if a relocation of the campsite did happen, maybe we could have a modular fire station there. So, I know that might be kind of helpful. Our fire expert could speak to that if that's even possible, but we do it with police substations and units, and also we could we could provide the lift transportation, which we have a contract with at the city, and I just think that the site would also be less attractive to folks as well.
Yeah, I just got to make one comment. I think it was last month when you were talking about reducing firefighter staffing for sheriffs. So I find it comical now that you want to add another fire station.
That was reducing the 4th firefighter on the engines when 3 is required.
I'm going to bank the adding a fire station, though. Thanks.
Turnabout's fair game on the dice.
It is. It's a blood sport, isn't it? So, I think, James, the other properties we're talking about that we own is our City Hall and FAM in that area. I don't believe we own other.
We own Steed Park, we own Casa, we own the lot next to it. We also own FAM, we own City Hall here at Negocio. I looked through the list last night. I didn't see any others. I can't speak for certain if it's more than those.
So here's the problem, and I don't know if we have anything else. We have, how many city properties do we have? There isn't that many. And when you look at the city, if you haven't been here that long, you think there must be something somewhere, and we don't have very many properties. I don't know if we should look at properties that we don't own, a perfect place. Maybe there is something, and we could, and it's not too much money, and it would work out. I don't know. The fire danger part, I have like a visceral reaction to, because we know how easily this mountain catches on fire, and a lot of times it's from Camp Pendleton and it comes up over the hill. And we can't control Camp Pendleton, they catch it on fire all the time. But my other concern is the Ridge Route Trail is so remote, and it goes almost the full length from Rancho San Clemente down to Salvador, right? The full length of the city. It's so remote, I don't know for public safety if we could even get up there. We can't even get up there to stop motorcyclists. So if we start dispersing people throughout all these canyons, that's my concern. Where it is now, we kind of put it there because it's in an area we can control it. It's our land next to the sewer plant. It's not ideal, but I'm wondering if maybe we could look at what might be a better area, and it's something we don't own. Maybe there is some land somewhere. I don't know if that's existing, but I don't think we can control it, because we're trying to put it in an area. Let's see, I want to read this. That won't adversely affect the public health, safety, and welfare. You know, if we start the zoning amendment, I'm telling you, I'd have a hard time voting to put it in that fire area and against the Ridge Route Trail because of the remoteness. And I don't believe that we can put if we do a transitional camp, the reason we put it is so that it won't make it more attractive. I just don't think that's not a finding or anything that we should be doing. So I'm being honest, I'd have trouble passing to put it there. I just think it's untenable and we can't control it. And public safety, the police aren't going to get there. So I'm being honest. I'd like to maybe look at something we don't own.
So I can tell you that when we did the SB2 zoning years ago, we did an exhaustive search of what would be the best location. And the points that were brought up this evening about why we didn't include the industrial part of the business park are spot on. That's exactly why we did not include the industrial portion of the park. I see this more as a discussion. We're going to be sending this back to Planning Commission before it comes back to City Council, and I'm hopeful that in that time we can come up with a solution that's much more palatable to a majority of the people. It's really difficult to be sitting here pitting neighbor against neighbor, Sea Summit against Rancho San Clemente, and vice versa, because really that's what we're doing. The reason we came up to the conclusion of the Rancho San Clemente Business Park in that really finite area was because of its distance from residential properties. And so while I hear the concerns of fire, and I do recognize that as a safety concern, Rancho San Clemente was developed as a master plan community with fire in mind. That's why they're all sprinklered. That's why there's defensible space. That's why they have tile roofs, things of that nature. But that doesn't negate the fact that the fires will still be started, and it still poses a realistic threat to individuals. So I'm going to be supportive if I have majority support to move forward with this, hoping that we come to a solution from now until when it comes back before City Council that's going to be more palatable. It's definitely not going to be the best solution. I'm sure we'll have another 100 people yelling at us then, but it'll be more palatable to the majority. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you. So there's three things that mythical creatures I think that probably don't exist: unicorns, Godzilla, and the perfect spot for a homeless shelter. So, right? I mean, have these meetings not demonstrated that for everyone? I have no desire to pit neighbors against neighbors. We're trying to pick, again, not to use a cliche, but the best of all bad situations. And the problem that we're having is when you have a planned and built-out community that's over 90 years old, and you don't plan for a shelter up front, which we did not, and then you get a state law imposed upon you, this is what happens. We go through this ridiculous exercise of trying to find spots, and I'm not going to belabor the point. You guys get what we're doing here, but we have to have flexibility going forward. We have to have contingencies. I understand all of the issues and the hazards, and the good news for all of you is this is just an initiation, the start of a discussion. And hopefully, as Chris said and others, we find a solution well before then. This doesn't even need to happen. But I will point out to you that flexibility is always good, and these are for public uses, not just a homeless shelter or a vacant lot. But you saw a police substation. Guess what happened to our substation here? We've got to start planning. And so the irony here is that we're actually doing what we get yelled at for not doing, which is planning ahead. And so I understand the concerns. We're just not there yet. I'm just going to leave it at that. So if you guys find a unicorn, let me know.
Okay, so I'm going to actually read this motion because I'm pretty excited about it. So I'm going to move that we initiate a specific plan amendment as authorized by Municipal Code, Section 17.16.030D, to amend the Rancho San Clemente specific plan and add public safety uses as a permitted use in the industrial park zone, and two, to include Ms. Ferguson's fire station number 4 in that same location.
Is there a second?
I'll second that. A small fire substation.
All in favor?
Wait,
Oh,
before
sorry.
we vote,
Yeah.
can I do a friendly amendment and ask that we also direct staff to look for alternative locations that we may not own that might work out? If that's even existing. I'm not saying it is. Because if we don't do that, these are action minutes. The planning commission's not going to hear what we've said tonight.
So-
Or our,
So my concern with that is we need to direct it to an area, because otherwise, if we just sort of leave it citywide, we haven't noticed that, and we haven't, I hear getting yelled at for Brown Act violations, et cetera. So, is that something we could do if we initiated a zoning amendment to get a staff recommendation to come back to look at other areas that potentially have properties we don't? Got a good note. Let's do that. Okay.
So my amendment will have a third point, which is Kathy's point.
that we direct, that at least we put in our concerns that we would like staff to look at and recommend to the Plan Commission any other area that it may go, say could go, that we don't own. Any other property that's not city-owned.
Yeah.
If there is any other recommendation.
So
There
if I-
might be.
If I could take a stab at that, I think what I heard was you want to move staff's recommendation, we want to look at putting the fire station up there, and then we also want to look at any other opportunities within the city that might be appropriate, and have staff to look at that.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because otherwise our comments won't be on it.
Okay.
It works.
So,
motion stands.
second.
Seconds it?
Yes.
Okay.
Or Larissa seconds it. All in favor?
Aye.
With the friendly amendment from Councilmember Ward and our city attorney.
We need another fire station.
W.
No, we're gonna go back. Yes, we gotta go back to.
Yeah, you have those cards.
Sorry, can I make an announcement really quick, just for folks that are waiting around? So can we go to, I do actually, because I want to make a motion to table that and continue that. Actually, I want to make a motion to continue that to a date certain, given the late hour. No, I don't.
So, do you want to make the date certain now, or no?
Yeah, so I was thinking September 3rd, which is our next city council meeting, because if there are folks waiting for that, we should release them.
I'll second that.
So it's the leaf blower ordinance, so it's the first public hearing item. And I was also, I'm sorry,
So on 7A, you're going to open the public hearing
Yeah,
and then
so-
continue to a date certain?
yeah, I was going to get to that, but I wanted to take a straw poll to see if I had support. But also for the 7C as well, the sidewalk vending regulations.
Ooh, I don't think we can do that.
You don't want that one?
We need to ask staff on all of these. Yeah. I think I'd like to hear from staff whether that's a problem.
No, it's
moving
fine.
this.
So look, I've heard enough on the straw poll. So let's open, can we open the public hearing for item 7A, which is the ordinance to regulate the operation of leaf blowers, and I'll move to continue that item to September 3rd.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? 4-0.
Staff's not.
All right, so let's go back to,
Chris might be the next.
Moved it to September 3rd. Lower 7A is moved to September 3rd.
Oh, okay, I thought you were talking about 7C.
So tell Chris.
all right, so, W. Guess that counts. No staff? All right, so it's, let's see, Matt Barr and Vanessa Barr. Matt Barr? Vanessa Barr. All right.
I'll move the item.
Second? So a motion is second, all in favor?
You know what, can I table for some discussion real quick?
Please.
Do we have staff here to speak on the cell tower issue? So I've been getting some phone calls about these cell towers. If we could have staff step up real quick. Just give a short presentation on what we can and can't enforce in terms of the small cell towers, as brief as possible.
Good evening, City Council members. The item before you tonight is a consent calendar item because it's simply a receive and file report that was requested when the City Council initiated the zone text amendment that was necessitated by some FCC new regulations. So we've provided some background in the report, specifically with regard to state and federal regulations, mostly the FCC. Also, the Public Utilities Commission comes into play there with regard to our limitations on what we can review. One of them being health and safety, that they've kind of taken out of our purview. We're preempted on that for the most part. So if you do have specific questions you'd like me to answer, I'm available for that. And as well, we have Andrew McCardle here from Best and Krieger, who is a subject matter expert on this, and he's available for questions as well.
I have two questions for you, and whoever wants to answer them is fine with me. The first one is, you said we can't really raise health and safety concerns. Do we have the ability to set distances from residential properties?
We do to a certain extent, yes. Several cities have done it, and it's something that staff is looking into. It's something that in some manner is going to appear in our ordinance. You'll notice in the research that we've done, that the portions of which we've provided to you, all of these jurisdictions do place the federal wording in there that talks about exceptions. So, for example, cities that prohibit them in residential areas, they're still required to approve them should the cell company prove that enforcing that regulation would be an effective prohibition of service in a given area within the city.
Okay, so speaking hypothetically, if you had one of these small cell towers, given the undulation topography that we have in San Clemente, and it was 50 feet straight across from your bedroom at eye level, would we be able to prevent that location and move it 100 yards away or 200 yards away?
So we do have some ability to ask for alternative sites analyses. If there's a legitimate concern, then we can ask them to provide that, provided that we have enough limitations in our ordinance that would necessitate that. So what the FCC is focused on is providing the wireless companies with all of the regulations up front so that at the last minute we're not throwing them sort of new regulations that we just had in a policy somewhere.
All right.
I want the rep from the BB&K. Since he's here.
Yeah.
Your billing starts now.
All right.
Yeah.
Good evening.
So, my question was, this is asking for small cell, and it has to, actually, I think this has to do with our city hall, doesn't it? Our new one? Or is that a different, okay, that's a different one, okay. So, my question was, we're concerned about 5G. Right now, these AT&T is asking for small cell sites, and it says that that will help their communication right now in some areas. So we wanted to look into 5G a little more. Would we be able to attach that, saying, okay, this is an approval for small cells with the current technology, but if you want to start talking about amending it to 5G, we're looking into that. We might have a say of that, about that in the future. That was my question, is I want to know if we can make that condition on it to where it's for existing technology. It's great. You're adding small cell sites. It's in the public right away. But when we start talking about 5G, we might have a health and safety concern of that.
Yeah, so as you identified, a small wireless facility, sometimes people associate it only with 5G, which I guess to an extent is more of almost like a marketing term, the way a lot of the carriers kind of use it. But it can be a 4G or 5G antenna. The 5G is a little bit kind of down the line. They haven't really rolled it out yet. But the FCC in August of 2018 issued an order basically saying that local governments cannot impose any moratoria on accepting these types of applications. So that would apply to, whether it's a 4G antenna, a 5G antenna. So unfortunately, you wouldn't really be able to say, okay, we're going to allow this permitting process for the current technology, but for the new technology, we're going to stop it. But I believe one of the reasons the city staff is considering kind of establishing the design standards as potentially a resolution or something with a bit more flexibility than putting it straight into the code is so that you can more easily adapt them as new technologies come and you can kind of address, the ever-changing needs as 5G starts getting deployed a bit more.
What's the time period? 2 years? Or we don't know?
Yeah, I think I've heard sometimes carriers will say they don't always give, I guess, their definitive timeline, but I know there are a couple sites like around the country, again, not a ton, but I would say the next few years, it seems like it's going to be the kind of ever-growing thing. And I don't think that there will be, it necessarily means they're going to abandon 4G antennas either, but I would defer to the carriers on that one.
So when is that going to come back to us that we might have some design flexibility? When are we going to see that? That's what we're concerned about. We hear that staff's looking into it, but I think council wants to know when we might see that.
Sure. Well, we're here tonight before we have fully drafted everything because at your request, we did want to provide you with an update and allow for a time where people could provide input and direction if you wish, so that we didn't get so far down the line that it would be a lot harder to redirect. So as you can see in your report, we are planning to take draft design regulations to the design review subcommittee. I believe it's September 11th. That is still the tentative date at this point. And then following that, depending on, how much we need to retool based on that information, we'd be packaging up the full ordinance and the design regs for Planning Commission review, who would then, of course, make a recommendation to this council. I did want to also point out that in my dealings with various people, including citizens and the industry, I've been keeping a list of people who are interested in this. And so they're all going to be receiving an email from me anytime this comes up at a public hearing. So the Design Review Subcommittee, for example, even though that's sort of a quasi-hearing, we really are trying to get as much input as possible so that this can be the most successful ordinance that it legally can be.
I appreciate the legal part. So is that going to be part of the design review, the concerns that we have some flexibility of design if we think it's health and safety issue?
So it can't be a health and safety issue.
Got it. Yeah, no, I got it.
Yeah, but there are some other legitimate concerns that some citizens have raised with regard to aesthetics and things of that nature. And so we are looking into how we can mitigate those concerns.
I got it.
Yeah, real quick, and it's probably more of a legal question than staff question. Do we have the ability to regulate based on view protection, even though we don't have other view protection ordinances in the city?
We do.
Oh, okay. Well,
As far as I know, we haven't run our full design regs by our full kind of legal team on this one yet. But that is one of the items that is actually in the federal regulations.
Great.
So we'll have to see exactly how that works out in our ordinance, but it's something that we're looking at.
So I want to clarify that, because that goes contrary to everything I know about California law, that there's view protection. So are we confident about that?
Well, this is federal, not state, right?
Well, but federal law doesn't govern local uses, so I want to make sure that's correct. They govern health and safety when it comes to FCC stuff, but they don't govern aesthetics, view, those things, so.
I'm going to go with it's something we're still looking into.
So I think that makes sense. I just want to make sure we're not over-promising and under-deliver later on, so okay, that's fine.
Okay, I'll move and file item. Yeah. Receive and file, excuse me. I mean, it's on consent, we have to, right? Joanne? Yeah.
Okay, so motion, second by Councilmember Ward, all in favor?
Aye.
Passes 4-0.
Maybe not.
We did, because not once in 20 years did we ever not continue. Now I took it out.
So we are on item what? Z? Yeah. Mr. Malvid.
Sir, you're going to get a theme from me over the next 3 items. This is an incredible waste of $10,000. Earlier tonight in closed session, you voted on whether you should negotiate with the hospital. You spent over $1 million, I believe, on BB&K, wasting our money litigating this. Chris and I can disagree. You spent incredible amount of time and effort on it. Now you want to hire an expert because apparently over 3 years you haven't learned your lesson, or you haven't learned anything, I guess. Now, there's no contract again. You see my theme. There's no contract. You don't know what you're approving. You don't know how many hours you're getting for $10,000. You don't know how the staff picked this person in particular. You don't know exactly what service he's providing you. It's an amorphous service. It's, quote, to accomplish this, the city will need professional consulting expertise in the business, licensing, and operating of hospitals. Does anybody in this room think the city's going to operate a hospital? Seriously. I don't think anybody does. That's the most ridiculous statement I've seen in this. I want to keep it short. Vote no, because this $10,000 actually means something to some of the citizens in this town.
So once again, I'm going to clarify Brad's unintentional mistaken numbers. So I saw his email between Laura and he where staff stated that we spent $770,000 on legal funds, not $1 million. So just to clarify that.
Yes, I asked the city manager.
Yeah.
I don't recall Brad in that conversation, but yes, James told me it was $775,000.
Well, either way, I was CC'd on
So
it
James
somehow.
must have shared it with you.
Yeah.
Outside of my knowledge.
So Then on discussion, my request for the staff report is that we just amend the last sentence to be emergency room services or emergency department, whatever we determine to be legally appropriate, as opposed to emergency medical services. So that way it's very clear what we're discussing.
Fine with that. Question, remind me, are we doing this as a city direct contract, or was this going to be an expert services agreement?
I believe it was an expert. This is something that Scott Smith drew up.
Okay.
This was an expert agreement with him.
So I want to relay, number one, I do know what the contract says. Number two, we don't have anybody on our staff that is an expert in hospitals. And since we've gotten on, that's what we're working towards. Everybody knows that we have a settlement agreement and we have things that we're trying to do to get a hospital back. There are two experts that we looked at because there are two experts that know what they're doing with hospitals. Our number one choice was hired by Memorial Care to do the exact same thing we want to hire this guy to do, which is to advise us on the use of that site specifically and to advise us on how you can accomplish potentially a public-private partnership to make that site not just a hospital, but a very successful hospital, which I think everybody in the community wants. So $10,000 is well spent to me for that contract, and I'm going to be supporting it.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I could just clarify, although we assisted you in locating the consultant, the contract is between the city and the consultant, not BB&K.
So that will be a public contract that folks can review.
And I'd like to just make a comment. I did talk to the city attorney, Scott Smith, about this, and it was supposed to be $10,000 on an as-needed basis. And in this report, the last paragraph, it says an initial $10,000, which leads me to think there's going to be more. But then the recommended action says not to exceed $10,000. But I'd like to modify that to say hire the consultant services on an as-needed basis for the terms listed, but not to exceed $10,000. Because that's how it was, according to Scott Smith, supposed to have been adopted. Not initial $10,000, because that does lead us to think there's going to be more. That's an initial $10,000, so they'll be back for more. Will they be back for more? It's leading us to think that would be.
So what about taking out the word initial? Maybe that was involuntarily put in.
Could be an error, yeah.
To occur.
Last paragraph, page 2 of the report.
I was looking at the recommendation, it doesn't include it, so I'm fine with striking initial, and I'm fine with using
As needed? Can we do as needed?
language as needed.
Okay, may I do that motion then?
Hold on.
Okay.
I just need clarification because in the recommended action, it says staff recommends that council authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement for hospital consulting services based on the terms listed above, not to exceed $10,000. It says it very clearly in the
But
staff report.
As needed basis?
Why does it need to be as needed if we're actually hiring this person to do it?
Because
We're picking this contract, correct?
well, 10,000 could just be gone like that. As needed, you typically have to document what you're doing
Well,
for us.
I'm not worried about that
every
because
month.
it says not to
As
So
exceed
the actual
10,000.
contract language?
Hourly,
The
as
actual
needed.
contract language says the consultant shall perform the services on an as-needed basis from time to time as called upon by the city.
Can we put that in the motion?
That's what the contract that you're approving says.
Okay.
The legal language.
Okay, see,
that
we
you're
wouldn't
gonna
know
be
that
complying.
because they don't attach contracts to our agenda reports, but can we start doing that, James? Then that way we make an informed decision. I didn't even have to have this conversation. Thank you, Elizabeth, that's great. Okay, I'm good with it. Okay, I'll make the motion, sure. Okay, so I authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute an agreement for hospital consulting services based on the terms outlined in the administrative support dated August 20th, 2019, which is on file with the city clerk in an amount not to exceed $10,000.
Second.
Yeah. As needed. I'm sorry, as needed.
So motion made by Councilmember and second by Councilmember Ham. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. This is AA. Mr. Malamoon.
Hey, council, this one could be the most troublesome item of all that have we gone to tonight. We've had some Donnybrooks already. And Chris, I love your comments. Keep going. I find them interesting. We had a $100,000 contract, and when this came up the first time, I said, this is the most ridiculous thing that could be done. O'Melveny doesn't open a file for $100,000. Turns out I was right. Not very often right, but on this one I was right. You're coming for another $50,000 tonight. Strikes me as being very odd, because I just totaled, I went through the warrant registers, we've already paid them $145,000 change, yet we've only authorized $100,000. So I'd like to know, number one, and by the way, again, no contract was attached. So I can't tell why we paid them anything. That's, by the way, illegal. The contract has to be provided. I've asked for it before. It's still not provided to me. Nor have you told anybody in this city what matter this is on or why O'Melveny is even involved. Again, another Brown Act violation in my view. So, since we paid them $45,000 more than the $100,000 that was approved, and you're asking for $50,000 tonight, I'd like, before you vote to approve this, maybe it's necessary, maybe it's not, one, why it's necessary, two, who approved the $45,000 and change that's already been paid, number three, was that payment legal, number four, how much WIP is in place? So how much has O'Melveny billed that hasn't been billed to us yet? And I didn't send this to anybody, but I would assume that somebody would know how much more they've already billed, because if we've already paid it, that's a while ago. So it seems to me like you're going to be coming back for more money, because there's only $4,800 more of this approval. So I think these are really important questions that need to be asked, because it seems to me that before staff comes back for more money, again, this goes back to my theory that I said earlier, that you just did a second ago, you did not to exceed. Does anybody want to bet from the dais that that last contract's going to exceed $10,000 one day, or that the renovations at the beach are going to exceed the $1.8 million? And I'll bet the answer is yes, they will, because not to exceed means nothing to this city. And on this one, I want to make sure if you vote tonight that it's not to exceed $150, that not one penny more than that gets paid to O'Melveny. Thank you.
Thank you. Just real quickly before we go into council comments, can you announce again, as you did earlier, for the folks that are still here on this item, what this pertained to? I think you had a short little snippet that you announced.
Sure. So we went into closed session. Sorry. Yep, my bad, sorry. We went into closed session, I believe it was item D on the closed session list, regarding potential litigation, and that was related to the TCA and, excuse me, potential financial improprieties.
Great. With that, I'm going to move the item because I think the TCA is one of the largest issues. Okay.
I have some comments I'd like to make. I actually inquired about a couple of contracts recently just to see, if we were following the contracts and how much we were spending, and I learned that we had spent $45,000 more than the contract was approved for in February, and I had followed up with James to see why we took $45,000 more and paid this firm when only $100,000 was authorized. So we literally took from our treasury to pay without council approval, and I don't recall ever doing that. And so I shared with the city attorney that this needed to come to council because that's the way it was approved. So it's here tonight, so we're approving money that's already spent, but it's just not in a transparent manner. And I just want to make sure that when council approves contracts that we only pay that amount. And the city manager or city attorney or whoever's paying the bills, in this case, it's the city manager, that they don't exceed the spending authority that was authorized by city council. I work for the taxpayers, and I want to make sure that, we're not overspending unless the council approves it in the manner in which it was originally approved, because it's taking, and that's wrong. So many times we have people come up and want pickleball striping or the fields redone at the ball fields or lighting at the skate park, and these groups fundraise to get these things, and $45,000 is a whole lot of money, and that can go a long way, but we tell folks no. So it's really important, as a taxpayer advocate myself, that we just pay close attention to the contracts we approve and don't take from the treasury more than we allow.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we immediately go into closed session. re-adjourn.
That's a Brown Act violation. You cannot do that.
Hang on,
It's not known.
hang on, Brad.
That's my question.
Please don't start that again. Can we get advice on whether or not we could go into closed session to discuss this item?
Yes, you may. We have item, again, I believe it's D, in the closed session packet noticed, and you can reconvene in closed session on any item that has been previously noticed on your agenda as this was today.
So that's my motion that we immediately re-adjourn.
Fine with me.
Then I move to talk to it.
All in favor?
Aye.
Then I want to put the card to talk before you go into closed session.
You already put a card on.
I'm allowed to talk to closed session items. You could ask your city attorney.
He is allowed to speak to closed session items, but I believe he's already spoken to this item. I'd have to confirm.
So have they. You've met in closed session before. This is a new closed session. Go ahead. Go.
So let's,
Can I make a point of order real quick?
restart the, no, you may not.
I may not?
No, you may not. No.
Because you made a Brown Act
We're
violation.
moving on. All right, so bringing the meeting back to order. So I think was there a motion? No. All right. So I'm going to say my 2 bits about this. I think you now know generally what the contract's about. I think it's an important issue for the community. It's been discussed a lot, the toll road, financial improprieties. The circumstances of why this is coming back now are unfortunate. Two-month layover, legal work happens. I would have approved the contract had it happened at the time. I'm going to ratify it now and move on. So that's, I think that's all I got to say about it. So I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Second.
So a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, so passes 3-1. And I'm going to make a motion, given that it's 11:45. BB?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
So I'm still going to make my motion to table all other items other than BB, to move those on. Sorry, it's 11:45. I'm fried.
It's early if we wait 15 minutes.
It's true.
I'll second your motion, Dan.
All right. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes 4-0. So we're,
Just real quick, Mayor Pro Tem, on the public hearings, did we want to open those and continue to a
that would probably be a good
date
idea.
certain
Yes.
Instead
So
of taking them all at
let's
one time?
open those, continue those to a date certain, which would be September 3rd. And,
I will second your amended motion.
correct. All right. All in favor of the amended motion? Aye.
Aye.
Passes 4-0. You get 30 seconds on this.
I'm taking all 3 minutes of this one.
30 seconds. Talk fast. SPB, our speaking card, Mr. Malamud.
Sir, I'm going to first say that what you did was illegal just a second ago, and the city attorney was wrong, because I didn't get to address the item in closed session because you didn't disclose ahead of time that the TCA was the item D, even though legally there was an obligation to do so.
I
Moving
did
on to
so.
this item. Moving on to this item. Dan's an expert at this. He's one of the best lawyers I know. We are asked to spend $10,000 to share a fee for an amicus brief on the Martin v. Boise case. However, shouldn't cost $10,000 if you believe what was said in the item, because it said we've already briefed this for our trial brief. So $10,000 is ridiculous, and that's if we weren't sharing. Number two, what we've asked to do is to get an advisory opinion by the Supreme Court. The issue that's going up for cert, on cert, is whether this is a constitutional prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. There is no way, no possible way, that our amicus brief, if we were even to file one, would get clarification of issues of how many homeless shelters we need and other rules. That's not what the Supreme Court does. Dan knows that. I know that. We are not going to get clarification, and that's even if we were one of the parties to this case. Amicus briefs are virtually worthless, and there's no reason for this city, who is one of how many cities, 500 in the state, that's affected by this, should be paying $10,000 for a brief. And I would suggest there's attorneys in the city that would write a brief on this for $5,000, probably for free if it was really necessary to write an amicus brief. I can't think of a worse expenditure money than this. And what troubles me again on my theme tonight, no contract was attached. We don't know who the law firm is. We don't know why we're being asked to pay. We don't know how many other cities we're sharing with. You may know that, and if you do know that, that's a Brown Act violation again for failing to tell us. Anybody with a right mind would turn this down flat, because here's what's going to happen. If the city turns down the $10,000, the other cities will pay for the brief. And since the law firm's the same law firm, we're going to get the same brief whether we pay for it or not. Why would we pay for it? There's no purpose in it. It's really a dumb waste of time, and it's really a stupider waste of money. Thank you.
I just have one comment before we move the item. Dan,
Go ahead.
it sounds like you and Brad just offered to do it for free, so I'm with him. Why are we paying? I know 2 lawyers in this room right now. So,
If you'll fight fires for free, we'll write legal briefs.
hey. I fight your fires for free every day, Brad. Trust me. So is Brad right? Should we not pay it?
Any other comments? No. I'm not working for the city. I do not represent the city. I feel I have to say that at this point, so. All right, so, Brad, where do I start with that? You know, I'll go back to what I said before, which is the biggest problem we have in the current situation is this court decision from the Ninth Circuit. We actually got approached about an amicus brief. I don't think I'm divulging anything here, but Gibson Dunn represents the city of Boise. And they've been paying attention actually out of LA, very good attorney. Thien, I can't remember her last name right now because it's 11:45 at night. But she approached us and said, you know what you guys did in San Clemente was actually pretty unique. And it actually would be a good addition to the case to highlight the enforcement issues that local governments have. Would you guys be willing to do an amicus brief? And our counsel at Jones Day was also interested in doing an amicus brief because of all the various issues we face. So I think the last bill we paid from Jones Day for all the work that we had in the first month was like 12 grand. So we're getting like the deal of the century from one of the top firms in the country. And it's a chance for us to tell our unique story, because if you're not a party to a case in a brief, you don't get to appear because you don't have standing. You have to be a part of it. And I think this would probably be, I disagree with you actually, this is probably the best 10 grand we could spend on the homeless issue, bar none. And so I'm, whether we get some of these advisory opinions, you're probably right, we're not going to get them. But we are going to get a lot of other opinions about what's going to happen with the Ninth Circuit. And if we don't, then we're back in the same position. At least we try to represent city's interest and tell our story about our enforcement issues. So I see the only other attorney in the room shaking his head, so I got one person, so I'm good. I'll leave it at that.
So attorneys are disagreeing with each other is what I'm hearing. That's the first time that's ever happened. With that, I'll move the item.
Motion, second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nobody. Passes 4-0.
So I move that we adjourn to the next regular council meeting, which will be held on September 3rd, 2019. The council chamber is located at 100 Avenue, Presidio, San Clemente, California. Closed session matters will be considered. I'm going to change this to 4:30 p.m. and the regular business meeting will take place at 6 p.m.
Second, all in favor? Aye.
So you need to do an adjournment notice tomorrow.